Hello, I am Grandmaster Mikhail Marin, and I invite you to examine together 5 typical structures that can arise after 1d4. So let's take them one by one. We have the minorities attack in the Carlsbad structure. Then there is the highly controversial Isolani. We have the semi-hanging pawns, as I call them. Then the mutual Isolanis, the blocked pawns in the center, and the hanging pawns. So what can we say about this structure? What connects them? First of all of them imply that at some point white plays c takes d5. I mean, okay, there are other possibilities, but most typically white set as a structure in the center with this exchange, c takes d5, e takes d5. Now the Carlsbad structure is the most static of them. There is very little room for dynamism, but all the following three, meaning these ones, okay, and also the Isolani, they have a rich dynamic potential. And of course, the most dynamic of them is the structure with hanging pawns. This is how I have structured them, from very static to more dynamic and then suddenly very dynamic. Just a few specifications. I have frequently used the term bad bishop when explaining certain positions. They are usually, the word bad is usually or many times between quotations, because we actually can talk about a bad bishop only in the end game. In the middle game, okay, the bishop can be passive, but not bad from technical point of view. But for simplifying everything, I have referred to a bishop as bad whenever it is restricted by the own pawns. I mean, the typical pawns, the Isolani, I mean, the pawns which are typical for the structures. Of course, this mainly applies to 3 of the structures, to these ones. When white manages to set up a blockade, or in this latter case, when black has a bishop hitting into the own pawn against let's call it good bishop or simply a knight. So these were more or less the general considerations. So now we will move to examining each structure one by one. We'll start with the Carlsbad structure, where we will examine the most typical plan for white, meaning the advance of these pawns. It's called the minorities attack because 2 pawns are attacking 3 black pawns, meaning these ones. And it may seem that this cannot be effective. After all, black defends with 3 pawns against 2. Yes, but the contact between 2 pawns and 3 pawns leads to some exchanges, and it means that one of the black pawns will eventually be weak, most typically this pawn after an exchange here, because black usually doesn't want to have this isolated pawn against this compact white structure. So first we'll see how the minorities attack works in its pure form, when black doesn't offer too much resistance. Then we'll examine some situations where there is a race between the mutual plans on opposite wings, because black starts an attack on the king side. He can do that with the help of the pawns or only with the pieces. Then there is a possibility to fight against the minorities attack. There are such possibilities to make it ineffective. and to keep the king side attack for later. If black stabilizes the king side, then the queen side, then the king side would be his. And finally, of course, we climb little by little, or we go deeper and deeper into the problem. Because white can also choose such a non-committal move order in order to prevent black from doing what he wants to this stabilization of the queen side. So this is actually an endless story, but I think that in principle it is enough for understanding what happens. I will start by saying that this modern theoretical position is known for a long time. This game was played more than 100 years ago, and it also shows that even at that moment white understood the ideas behind the minorities attack. Of course, black didn't react too accurately, but let's first see how it continued. Actually, this is one of the possible moves, and knight g4 is the best reaction. It prevents white from playing f4 with the knight on e5. Rook here, and now, okay, the main variation goes like this, f4, f6, and then the bishop can go back to f7. This is somehow the main line nowadays. Black played queen f6, and okay, first of all, now f4 would have created some problems, but this is not our main subject. The bishop cannot get to f7 anymore. But white started, white started the queen side attack, and it is strange that he started it with this move, a4. Of course, b4 is more typical, and it would be just a transposition after these moves. Okay, at this moment a4 may look a bit clumsy, but we'll see in the more advanced examples where white treats this whole attack in a very sophisticated way, that actually a4 sometimes makes sense. Now, of course, a5 would have been good, but then white could return to his other plan. Anyway, black reacted like this, and then b4. Of course, now black should have played a6 to at least get rid of one weakness after b5. He didn't do that. He tried to get some activity. And now we have a position where white has achieved his first goal. There is a weakness there. And now he understood that there is not much to do in the center. He has to go on the queen side. So he regrouped very well. And now rook e6. Of course, rook e6 is the only chance for activity. One of the threats is rook h6. For instance, if a5, then rook here. And well, g3, if g3, then black has some counterplay. There are some weak squares there. And if h3, then suddenly this is just winning for black. So this is something typical. The player with white, who is this is the game Napier Teichmann. Napier was a strong master. Actually, there is a famous game between Lasker and him. Lasker won, but it was a very nice tactical battle. So he was not a bad player, actually. And he played knight e2. This is a move typical for Karpov somehow. Before continuing to attack, the knight prepares to parry the attack. If rook h6, then knight g3 simply. And we'll see that the knight will not stay here. Actually, later the knight will be able to get to the trim square on c5. But okay, I think that we can leave this game by now. I just wanted to present a bit of history to see that okay, this way of thinking was familiar to very old players too. We have the game Ryazantsev against Magalashvili. Now knight rook b1, okay, prepares b4. Knight e6 was not is not so known. And now white doesn't hurry, because if a4, he probably thought that this move, threatening knight g8, could create some small problems. I mean, problems in the way, in the meaning that black could hope to get counterplay. So for these reasons, he played rook e1, because now if queen e7, then e4 can be strong. Not immediately, but in principle, black has to count with it. Actually, if so, then first queen b2. Now there is this dangerous diagonal. If king h8, for instance, preparing knight g8, then e4, and the rook stands very well on e4. Actually, white is more or less winning here. d5 is coming, and it's a crash. Why does black need queen e7? The problem is that if he goes king h8, then knight g5 is a bit molesting. So we see that white plays in a very refined way. He doesn't just go there for b4 and a5, b4 and b5. So knight g7. Knight g7, now bishop here, because this square became available, and now there is a pin. a4 and bishop f5. This was black's idea to exchange his relatively passive bishop. But okay, we know from the previous example that this bishop can also be a dangerous attacking piece. So this also frees white's hand a little bit, and he simply carried out his attack like this: bishop f4, knight e2. Okay, we are familiar with this maneuver, and rook c8. Now, of course, rook e1 as played in the game was the most natural move, but for concrete reasons I might prefer to go like this. It wastes some time, but I think that for white it is essential to prevent c5, because time is not so important. If white manages to prevent c5, the structure will be like this forever. And the point is that if c5, then knight takes here, and now queen a4, creating this simply wins the pawn, because there is this threat. So black has to do something about that, and then white takes on d4. Well, with knights on board, the end. I mean, knight ending with 4 against 3 is 12 probability 1. So that's not a funny position for black. After rook c1, black should have tried c5. I know it looks a bit unpleasant, going here, but in principle, white doesn't have anything concrete. I mean, he stands a bit better, but well, it's some sort of his good Isolani, but that pawn is not easy to win, and it's just more pleasant for white. Black didn't want to play like that, and then little by little he got into the problems. Now the blockade is very stable. Okay, they were hesitating a little bit here with all the moves, but now it's clear that this will be the structure, and white simply puts pressure. This is already one-sidedly a better position for white, and in practice it's not so easy to defend with black. We'll now move back to a classical example. This is Bogolyubov-Rubinstein. We'll talk now about the kingside counterplay. And Rubinstein, who was a very harmonious player, sometimes played moves like this, rook a8, just to feel that his pieces are well coordinated. But actually the rook belongs on the a file, because after a4 and b5 he could take on b5 with the a pawn, and then the rook could have something to do on the a file. Moreover, he could use this tempo to start a piece attack. Let's say knight d2. If knight e1, then knight h4, queen here, and now actually black has very good counterplay. White is a little bit slow with everything. For instance, if king h1, then suddenly knight f4 is very strong. a surprising sacrifice, because if so, then bishop f3 and wins. It will be made very soon. If rook e1, then bishop h3. Of course, black has play here. White has to keep some of his pieces to defend the king. Or if finally g3, then let's say rook e6, and black will find something to get counterplay. So rook a8 was a bit slow. And now g5. This again is somehow typical for Rubinstein. He wanted all his forces to contribute to the attack. But okay, in principle, as I have analyzed in the database, his counterplay should have been too slow eventually, because Bogoliubov got too ambitious when on the way to build up his attack. He should have equalized. Actually, now is a moment when knight d2 is it is an important moment. Knight d2 is not so good because he could have played c5 and now d4. And now one important thing is that if knight e4, then this leaves the pieces hanging. So he has to take rook takes d4, bishop here, queen takes e5, and well, the position is not so clear. It's about equal. In the game, he went bishop c8 from here, and okay, white had slightly better chances. Only that now I said he tried too hard to win that pawn. Now, for instance, f4 was a possibility. But anyway, the game is too complicated to discuss it in the video. The detailed analysis is in the database. Now we'll move to a modern game. This was Karpov-Korchnoi, not from the matches. It was some tournament. The position arises from via the Grünfeld defense, and Korchnoi now played g5. Actually, this move is connected with the idea that Rubinstein missed. We'll see it now. Rook here, a waiting move, c6. So Korchnoi waits until the moment when Karpov plays b5. And now g4, knight d2, and c5. So this is the idea that Rubinstein should have used. You play g5, g4, not necessarily in order to deliver mate, because it's really slow. It takes long, and actually white needs only one move to defend, against all these moves. It's not that difficult. But when moving away from f3, the knight weakened this pawn. Now the threat is c4 with fantastic play for black. So this is necessary. Now, white has to be careful, because if bishop here, then d4, suddenly black has a very good position, two bishops and an open position. So knight b3, it was essential to exchange that knight. And a takes b3. Karpov believes that this position is better for him. But in fact, I'm sure that Korchnoi played all this in order to play d4, but for some reasons he didn't. I don't know exactly why. Probably he missed something concrete, but actually here there are two good moves. For instance, one of them is just to move with the attack bishop away. If knight e2, defending the pawn, then f4. And, black has very good compensation. It's like some sort of Dutch. The bishops stand there next to the king, and there are these pawns which can advance. But it's also possible to play queen takes d4, and here rook a d8. And somehow white's pieces are hanging. He cannot keep his material advantage. If bishop e2, then this is a way of simplifying. And okay, white will have this rook on the 7th rank, but okay, even if he wins the b7 pawn, it's not that bad, because for black, because he has this space advantage, a target on f2, the bishop can stand on b6. Or if rook here, then this move. Knight here, queen here, and the pieces continue to be hanging. Of course, black has very good play. if rook e2, for instance, now, then g3 is just winning. Rook g8 is coming, and it's over. So in all this, let's go back here. Is there another move? Yes, there is also bishop f1, but then again this. Yes, here I have exemplified a bit more the variation. He can just now if rook takes a4, then this is strong. The pawn is taboo because of bishop e5. If so, then rook d1 just wins. So he has to take, and the rook here, there are some mating threats, so there is nothing better than this, and rook f6 with an obvious draw. But I believe black doesn't really has to struggle for a draw. I mean, he's not struggling, but he's forcing a draw, let's say. He can even play this here, as mentioned. In the game, Korchnoi refrained from this. He played rook c8. And now things were more difficult, because, okay, white improved his position very much. He stabilized. And after this move, bishop c4. e4 would have been also very strong. Suddenly, white has very good play on light squares. Actually, this is very good for white. He has overwhelming activity. Karpov played bishop c4, and actually this was also much better for him. He eventually won a good game. But to retain this, that in this structure, if black wants to attack on the king side, he can use his g-pawn mainly for undermining the control on d4, not for delivering mate. Now we move to my favorite plan. This is another old game, Becker against Elis Cases. And black played knight b6, which is actually the plan I like most for black. So we'll see in which way, but black takes measures against white's attack, and after stabilizing, as said, he can do whatever he wants. Well, now knight e5 was some sort of loss of time, but if castling and bishop g4 doesn't change that match, we'll see later. Knight e5, this knight fd7, knight f3. Because, okay, this frees black's position a bit. And, okay, black can prepare for his counterattack there, a6, a4. And now we see my favorite plan for the first moment. Now a5 looks very beautiful. The knight will later get here. But okay, this knight also gets to d6, and nothing will really happen on... yes, we can actually follow the variation. Anticipating a bit, d6 is the best square for the black knight. It controls everything. And white doesn't have a play, while black can think of starting a slow positional attack on the king side. We'll see an example on that theme. So the only active plan is to play b5, but then this non-symmetrical exchange is what I really like. We have this perfectly stable knight on b6, which defends the relative weakness on d5, and also sustains the advance of this pawn if needed. Needless to say, there is also a good square for the knight here. Rook fc8, for instance. So this is the scheme which black should use. Okay, white played like this, and it didn't change that much because, okay, the knight will have to move away from d7. Going here, knight f8, this, and bishop e6. Well, maybe this is a bit too solid. Maybe bishop g4, bishop f5 were better, but in principle things would not change that much. Now bishop g4. Okay, we should also mention this possibility. With a knight on b6, b4 always allows this. It's not always favorable, but okay, one has to count it. If taking an a5, because the black intends to consolidate his pawn with b5, then a5, but then bishop d5. And this is not such a simple structure. For instance, if knight u1, rook d6, there are some attacking chances. There are 4 black pieces targeting the king side. So queen a2, let's say f5, and well, black has a good position. He doesn't have weak pawns, and he has actually some kingside threats. Okay, bishop g4, knight here. Now queen g5, I'm not really so happy about it. I mean, the queen stands well on e7. It keeps both wings under control. It would have been simpler to just take. And now if b5 take and here, and okay, black has some kingside pressure, and on the queen side everything is according to the plan. Well, in the game they continued like this, a5, the same idea. Now maybe knight b3 would have offered white some chances, because the queen is too far. There is no queen b4, for instance. So now there are some concrete threats on the king side. But here everything returned to normal. Knight here, and now there are several good moves. For instance, h5 or knight h4, or even rook dc8. I mean, to play for the open file. Only that black played rook d6. He wanted to attack very much, and white played queen b3, and the game ended in a draw without so much fight. But actually, both players missed this original combination, winning a pawn because the rooks are hanging, they cannot get connected. True, I'm not so sure if this is so easily winning for white. He has an extra pawn, but okay, black's pieces stand quite okay, and he has some threats. Since I have mentioned that this is my favorite plan, I will show a game of mine. Of course, bishop h4 is more typical, but this transposes to some sort of bishop f4 system with a move h6, which can be useful or can be a weakness. And okay, the same as in the previous game, I played knight b6 very early. So the game developed like this. Okay, nothing really shocking so far. And white understood that, okay, before the knight c4 may be a possibility. I don't know if he also anticipated my plan. Rook c8, I mean, black's counterplay is not so quick. And actually, g6, okay, this is a bit risky. Bishop takes g6, 3 pawns for the piece. So these ideas can wait still. Of course, optimally would be to get something like that, but for the time being, the rook does not stand badly on this file, because after b4, b5, the c file will open. Now, actually, if b4, I could also, apart from a6, I could also consider this, which is okay. Now the set is b5. If so, then actually things are not that clear. The position is very sharp. It's not symmetrical. So okay. So my opponent tried to improve the placement of his pieces. h5 is one of the typical moves. Knight here, h4, okay, and now knight f5. He was probably concerned about the possibility of sacrificing here, which is a permanent theme in this kind of positions. Bishop back, and now okay, now the sacrifice on g7 on g6 is not possible because the rook can go there after taking once. So now finally he starts preparing for the attack. Okay, I pretend that I'm really scared about d5, but okay, of course it's good to concentrate the rooks there since b5 is in the air. Knight here, trying to regroup a bit. Knight d7, rook b3. Actually, now I could go knight b6. Yes, talking about knight d7, I wanted to reach the position with one of the knights here. Knight d7, I consider now playing b5 with the idea of playing knight b6 and knight c4. But then he can go a5 and then go knight f8 and so on to continue my regrouping. The weakness on c6 is not that important, but I didn't want to go for it just like this. I wanted to improve my knight's placement first. White still prepares for his idea, b5. And now knight d7. Finally, my opponent lost his patience. He should have done something like this, and then I would just go knight b6, rook here, this to prepare the typical reaction. And well, little by little I could think of playing f5, for instance. It has to be done with care, but in principle it's in the cards. And if now so, then I just take, play a5, and this is the usual structure. I could also go for king g8. It's interesting to investigate another possibility, and c5. Once I put the rooks there, this also makes sense, because actually now my knights once again are very well placed. We can see how stable they are, blocking this pawn and preventing a firm blockade here. For instance, if so, then queen e5, and there will be no piece blockade on d4. And my opponent played b5. Then, of course, I took. Of course, even here it was possible to go like this, and it's a normal position for black. But I prefer this plan because it simply offers black chances to play for an advantage. The position is not symmetrical anymore. And okay, it was a long ending. It's obvious that black doesn't have problems. I eventually won. Little by little, now there are also possibilities of intruding here without rooks. So this is already a good position for black. Now we'll see. Okay, this is a very famous modern game, Portish against Kasparov. We'll see the worst what can happen to white in this structure. And I have mentioned earlier that a knight is best placed on d6, but it needs to enjoy some stability. And this was what happened in this game. Before, knight here, Portish didn't want to exchange at once, takes, and now bishop d6. Actually, here queen takes e3 is a move you play just like this. If Portish had understood what was cooking for him, should have taken like this, and then okay, black doesn't have that big problems. Let's make some moves. Now, okay, if takes here, then rook here, and black structure is a bit better. So here, and now this is not really so awful for black, because he also has that square on b4. From static point of view, maybe white is slightly better, but in principle the position should be equal. Okay, white has to go something like this, and after that is not very clear, or maybe knight e1, knight d3. But okay, black also has his play. Anyway, this is not why we are looking at this game. Now another blunder, another oversight. a4 was possible. And if takes, then okay, that's an interesting position. At least white has some mobile pawns on the king side. He has some play. But he took at once, and now knight b5 was the shock. Knight b5, and the knight reaches this square. And now the very irritating thing is that white doesn't have any play at all. Apparently he has an active position, but okay, black can just improve his position little by little, just like this. Okay, very typical for Kasparov. He didn't go with the queen. He didn't go back with the queen. He went to g6 through the shortest way. Here h4, and okay, at this stage it's obvious that only black is playing. Okay, Kasparov hurried with g4, and this should have led to equality, but Portish allowed later g3, and it was over. But it's very nice that white doesn't have any play, so and this is the optimal configuration black can reach. Okay, a natural question arises now. Okay, if there are such ideas, I mean, knight d6 is just the exceptional situation, but the plan with knight b6, why is white playing the exchange variation at all? And the answer was given by Karbov in a few games. This is a very good game against Kharitonov. Now you see that he doesn't hurry to push his b pawn. He just puts all the pieces in the right places. Knight e2, okay, I have anticipated this move. It was played in the oldest game in this database. Knight here takes, so the knight there ensures some safety to the king and also clears the c-file. It also gets somehow closer to this square. And now a4, this was a new move. You remember a4 from the very old game. So actually this is the most consistent way to continue. It keeps black under some pressure. I mean, there is, of course, b4 would be the main plan, but not with the knight on b6. And okay, black has to count with this possibility, weakening this pawn, which is not always that bad. But the point is that if a5, Karpov gives queen c5. Okay, he gives knight c8, but okay, this is probably a bit more consistent. Here takes. Well, of course, white is very slightly better due to his blockade on d4, but okay, he also has a structural defect. Karpov gives knight c8 as best, but of course, white is not interested in exchanging. He now opens the file, and okay, he will have knight b3, a5. This is somehow similar to the game. But in principle, after b3, a more consistent plan may be just this, just to threaten take this pawn. And of course, b4 is always in the cards. So, so there are many cons against a5. As long as at some point white can play b4, a5 doesn't really solve the problems. Okay, so he went here, queen c5. Well, if he takes, then takes with a d-pawn, creates some creates the blockading square on d4. Now, okay, the queen has got some domination. It controls this important diagonal. If knight c4, there is no need to take. Just queen here and then b3, and everything remains like before. If knight f8, then maybe this would be already possible, because somehow here the black queen side is hanging a bit. This knight f4 is quite molesting. This is why the knight was well placed here. Exchanging this with this weakness here would be a bit unpleasant for black. So black decided for a6, just to stop the pawn. Of course, he's ready for the plan with b4, but white doesn't advance the pawn yet. And okay, it's already not so easy for black. He has reached some maximal point. If knight is 7, then knight f4 can be unpleasant. Because now if bishop f5, then suddenly this takes and knight takes d5. So the position is very static, but it contains also such nuances. So if now knight g6, then he can take anyway. Then take here, and well, this is a very good position for white. So in principle, the exchange on a6 is not so dangerous, but okay, here it is, because it created this very important weakness. So we see that black is a bit suffocated. He doesn't have such freedom of moving. So he went rook here, just to anticipate b4 and everything. Knight d2. He over defends c4 and kind of threatens to go to play b4. But well, we know already that this thing with b4 b5 is not that dangerous, so he should have still worked here. Maybe knight b3, knight knight c5 first. In any case, he convinced Kharitonov that a5 was necessary already. And now suddenly he got some play. Of course, the knight landed on that square, but now with this file open, it doesn't cover everything. It's another thing if the pawn is on a6, slowing down the attack. And okay, white has some play already. The position is not so clear, but eventually Karpov won. So we see how many moves, how much time white invested into preparing b4 somehow. This is somehow the way the minorities attack should be carried on if black knows the correct plan. And actually, the position was not so clear. I mean, Karpov was simply stronger as a player, as a practitioner than Kharitonov. Also a good grandmaster, of course. So the position was not entirely clear. But okay, this is more or less how the fight should take place in the Carlsbad system. We'll now investigate the very controversial structure based on an Isolani. The main question is whether the Isolani is weak or strong. And of course, countless games have provided the natural answer. And that one is, it depends. It depends on many factors. It depends on which pieces are left on board, on how active they are, the stage of development of each player. So we have started to examine all these matters gradually. Well, since the Isolani, strictly speaking, looks like a pawn weakness, it's an isolated pawn. It means that in the endgames it will be weak. And there are a few typical endings. For instance, there is the ending of with a good knight against a bad bishop. And the good news for the player with an Isolani is that those endgames are not really that dangerous unless the player with an Isolani has additional weaknesses, and then it can be dangerous. If the only weakness is this one, and the pawns are displayed on light squares, then there should be no big danger. Well, of course, things are more complex if there are other pieces on board. Well, we also have the endgame with a good bishop against a bad bishop, and the situation remains similar. It offers winning chances to the player who is on the other side, only if there are some additional weaknesses. But okay, being so long-ranged, the bishop can provoke some weaknesses. So maybe it's more promising to have a good bishop against a bad bishop than to have a knight. Oh, there's also another abstract aspect. This square is very important, and well, if you have a knight, there would be some competition between the king and the knight for this good square. If you have a good bishop, then the king belongs here, and the bishop somewhere here, yes, just to attack the pawn. So this is why the good bishop, offers better possibilities against the bad bishop than the knight. Of course, if there are more pieces on board, a good bishop against a bad bishop can offer very good chances. A knight doesn't seem to be so effective because the exchanges cannot be avoided anyway. While with bishops, if the active bishop keeps d4 under pressure, then full exchanges along the c file are not possible. They would just lose the pawn. I failed to find good examples with a good knight against a bad bishop in the middle game, so I didn't examine any. But I have just explained the possible reason why this happens. In principle, the best situation for the player facing an Isolani is to exchange all minor pieces and keep the major pieces. In that case, the position is close to winning. I mean, the vast majority of cases, the pawn is just lost. We'll see concretely how. And now let's move to the other side. What is the player with an Isolani hoping for? Well, of course, first of all, he has to keep minor pieces. This we understood. Actually, Botvinnik once said that if you have weaknesses, you should keep a knight. And this applies to the Isolani, because the knight can cause some irritation when the opponent tries to organize his attack against that pawn. It can stand here and control this square, and if the rook goes here in order to prepare the regrouping of the other major pieces on the d file, then the knight could jump here and just repeating moves and things like that. I said, okay, the player with an Isolani should keep the pieces on board, and there are a few good scenarios. One of them is when being better developed, white manages. I call him white because we have a white Isolani here, but it can be black, of course, if it's mirrored. To play d5 to break in the center and open the play and use his better development or better mobilization. This can be a very dangerous situation for black. Then, especially since there is the possibility of installing an outpost here, usually the knight, white obviously has some strong pressure on the king side, and sacrifices on different squares like this are possible. Actually, they are very dangerous and many times effective. There are two other possibilities which would just transpose to other structures which we examine separately. Of course, black would like to block this pawn, usually with a knight, because the bishop's way is a bit longer. If the knight does not have a backup piece, for instance this knight or the bishop somehow, then there are two possibilities which could favor white. The first of them would be this exchange, or taking with the bishop, let's say, from c4, yes, but provoking e takes d5. And then we reach the mutual Isolani structure, which tends to favor the player with more active pieces. So, it's white's choice whether to go there or not. And it's also black's choice if to allow it or not, depending on the development and piece activity. Finally, the pressure on d5 may induce this exchange. And then we reach the semi-hanging pawns, which can be strong. They can offer white a shelter in the center so that he can organize his kingside attack at his own leisure. But of course, this can also be bad if black establishes a safe blockade here. We'll see that later. Well, finally, the CMS in the Carlsbad structure, there is such a situation when things don't get clarified so early. And play continues. Both players are maneuvering and keeping all these details in mind. And the game is decided somewhere at a late stage. We also have examples like this, and actually we'll see that very old example, Zukertort Steinitz, which is quite relevant for modern play too. Let us start with the endgames. We have this endgame where, if we look at it, we understand that black has chances, because apart from this weakness, there are some other weaknesses on light squares. Actually, this position is winning. And the question is how. White played g4. In principle, g4, even though Anderson's opponent, Anderson was playing with black, Anderson's opponent, Kudina, his name doesn't say much to me. He's not so well known. He seems to have understood a bit the essence of the position, because everything is fine for black. He controls the light squares and has some threats of intruding. Yes, but at some point, this bishop is a long-ranged piece. For the time being, it defends here. But it is likely that, for instance, if the bishop somehow attacks this pawn, and the king advances, it's quite probable that white will get counterplay. At this stage, it's not at all clear how this could happen, but g4 is the start of a plan of pushing the pawns forward, so that in the needed moment, when white gets counterplay, so the pawns would be real candidates to promotion. Well, first of all, let's say what would happen if white plays passively. Now let's say king here. Now b6 prevents king c5. f4, okay, white has to do something. Knight here. g4, knight b5, and this doesn't offer white enough counterplay. So this is simple. Bishop d2 is too passive. If king c4, then a6 is an interesting move, the same as in the game. It invites white to define his intentions. If, for instance, if bishop here, then okay, now the pawn is on a6 is not within the bishop's range, and this is quite unpleasant for white. Bishop e3 is bad because such endings are always lost for white. Black has more reserve tempi, and he will just win by Zugzwang. That's obvious. h4, h5. So, okay, we're not where we're supposed to be. Let's go to the beginning. Not g4, but king c4. Okay, so let's say g4 anyway here, and the king comes here, h5, and now black has to be careful a bit. For instance, if he goes knight c8 just to reach c4 with the knight, then okay, bishop f4 was threatening bishop c7 to prevent the knight's access to c4. But the way it is now, of course, f6 can be problematic because of h6. That's an unpleasant position. And if so, then suddenly this is some sort of fortress. It's not so easy to see how black can break. The bishop will go to e1 if necessary, if knight c4. And if the king goes there to sustain a5, then of course this counterplay could be even winning. It's not a joke. So so it's better to play first f6. Okay, now bishop here, and now finally the knight comes there, and this is some sort of Zugzwang almost after h6. Actually, it is a Zugzwang because okay, what is the white doing? The bishop cannot move. If the king moves here, then e5 wins the pawn on f3 or on g4. And if f4, the only remaining tempo, then f5. Now the big plan would be to bring the knight here and win the pawn on h5 if g takes f5. And if g5, then anyway, unfortunately the bishop has to keep the diagonal, to keep g5 defended. If takes on h6, then takes, and then knight f6. So bishop c1 and then knight here, and wins a very important pawn and the game. And by the way, don't worry about the knight, it will come out anyway with g6 and knight g7, if anything. But it will be not the case because white cannot prevent its return here. So let's go back to g4. a6, okay, typical move by Anderson. He still waits. a6 is not a bad move in itself. It still waits for white to define his intentions. White played h4. If h3, then okay, f6 can be played, and this kind of Zugzwang persists. If so, f5, this is just the game. Bishop d2 is not such a good move because now the king advances and it will come to a4 with gain of time, and then king b3 also would be possible. So h4, f5. Now is a good moment for this reaction. If f3, then king b5 is a good moment for this already. G6, consolidating everything there. And okay, now little by little we see that white doesn't have any counterplay. His king cannot go anywhere. If bishop c1, then b6 is a Zugzwang. Because, okay, f4, if the bishop moves, then we have this. This is always a case. And if f4, then of course this is okay. The king can return first to d5. If king c4, then b5 and king d5. And this pawn is just lost because this pawn breaks the connection. And anyway, f4 is an awful move. I mean, if you are forced to do it, it's bad. So in the game, he took here. Of course, this looks very good for black, but things are not that simple. Actually, there is an optimal regrouping which makes everything clear. It would be something like this: knight here, let's say bishop here, knight here, h5. Okay, because h6 was a threat. h5, knight here, knight e6. Okay, the king gets there anyway. And now, okay, bishop c3 is not possible because of knight f4. If so, then h6. And now there is the plan of bringing the knight to f6. Let's say f3, knight here, bishop here, knight d7 to prevent bishop e5. And then the knight goes to f6 and h5. This would have been the best regrouping. It could happen also after b5. But for some reasons, Anderson didn't find it. And now actually is a moment when, when you have such a completely, because you can understand that this position is completely won. The knight is good, the bishop is bad. You don't need to reach such a situation when you have to be accurate. To have only, practically it's two moves, but they are transposing to each other. Just one way of keeping the advantage. And this way was h6, or knight f6 followed by h6. Because if bishop f4 is in the game, then here, now king here threatens f4 with a fortress. And then you have g5. And this is winning. We can see that black is like playing by himself. And okay, it's an easy win. In the game, Anderson didn't feel this. And after king f3, he underestimated probably bishop f4, and he went here. Not very clear what he wanted to with the king there. Now bishop f4. Now bishop f4 would have been simplest. For instance, g6 here, bishop somewhere. And now the problem is that if the knight moves away, then this is a serious counterplay. If the king gets to h6 or things like that. The d pawn also requires some attention. So it's not that black can take this pawn with the knight, defend this pawn with the king, and prevent the pawn from advancing. So this is already complicated. It should actually be a draw. Well, I actually, yes, give two more moves. Because, okay, what does it mean a bad bishop? It's not really so bad. I mean, it has its mobility. It's a long-range piece. It can reach any wing in just one or two moves, which the knight cannot do. So even when we have such a case, we should not underestimate the bishop. Okay, he first went here. Now bishop f4, king f7, and now bishop d2 was passive. Of course, bishop e5. Bishop d2, king here, and finally h6. Okay, finally he understood what was needed. And now again, I mean, a technical player like Anderson, he again went wrong. He played knight e4. The correct plan was this one. And then g5 will follow, and okay, black will win little by little, but there is also the danger of a king's intrusion to c4. He went knight e4, bishop here, and now h5. That was quite irritating. This is why the knight was needed on h5, because now the bishop has a target. Bishop g7 is actually a very dangerous move, so black didn't have anything better than taking here. And actually, this is a draw after king e2. Okay, there is detailed analysis. Only that white played f3, and now suddenly it was lost, g4, and it was all over. So we see how difficult it is, even in, I mean, from practical point of view, even in such completely winning positions, to bring the whole point home. This is a famous game, Flor Capablanca. The endgame was published in, I mean, the knight versus bishop endgame was published in all the endgame books. And I have chosen this moment just to say that Flor in vain went for that endgame. He should have probably kept some pieces on the board, and this offers him a better chance. Actually, now there is some sort of threat to take on e4 and on e6, a permanent threat. If not, then f3. He went straight for the endgame, takes. Here king d2, rook c8. And now a second moment. You know, when I was young, I heard somewhere an advice that when you have an advantage in one-sided position, you should exchange one rook to prevent the opponent's counterplay from becoming too strong. But you should keep the other one in order to be able to create some threats. And rook c1 throws away any chance of winning. I believe that he should have first tried to reach something. And actually now, at least psychologically, this is not easy for black, because if he plays, let's say, king e7, then h5, and okay, something like this, and f3, then the rook would go back to h1, the king could go to f4. I mean, there are plans. There is room for improving. The problem is that here h5 seems to be the best. Of course, this creates a new weakness. It's another pawn on a light square. And yet I have analyzed this, and it's not easy to prove an advantage. But still, it would have offered some chances. After rook c1, okay, takes king here, and now Capablanca tried to do what he was supposed to, placing his pawns on the right squares. Of course, b5 would transpose to the previous endgame, only that it's mirrored. So b6, yes, the game already like this, and okay, Flor came up with some plan, but in principle it was not dangerous. It's not easy to see. Okay, you have a beautiful knight, but as said, there is this competition between the king and the knight. Let's move now to the good bishop against the bad bishop endgame. Well, we see here that there are more than one target. Okay, there is this pawn which is on a light square. We don't talk about this one. And even these pawns, they are not displayed the way they should be. And black played knight c6. The position is better for white. Okay, I'm not sure that so much better, but okay, you would prefer to play with white. And knight c6 was actually the decisive mistake. Forgetting about maybe at that moment Botvinnik didn't write his comment about keeping knights when you have weaknesses. But it is a mathematical win for white. And actually Averbach, with the white pieces, the great endgame author, you know, the 5 volumes with all the endgames, elementary endgames. He was playing with Matanovic here. He won actually a very good game. Well, how do we win this? Because the bad bishop defends the good pawns. Yes, but there is Zugzwang. Well, if the king was here, then things would be rather simple. But of course, whenever he goes here, then there is this answer. And Averbach played f4, which is one of the winning moves. Actually, king c3 was also possible, king c5 first, and now h4. And now it's not easy to react with black. My main line goes h6, f4, and now this is a Zugzwang. Of course, the king cannot retreat. King d4, and then the Zugzwang comes up again in a better position for white. So what can he do? If bishop b7, then we can go g4. Here, and now there is this move. This move because we need to have the possibility of breaking with h5. And now again, we put black in Zugzwang. We lose the tempo with the bishop. Now obviously bishop b7 is the only move. And then h5 and wins that pawn because the bishop cannot defend it. So after f4 there is also an alternative f5, but then f5 is very strong. And now black has a set choice. If g takes f5, then bishop here promotes the h-pawn. If bishop takes f5, takes here, and again it's one for white. So we move now back to Averbach's move f4. And black probably he was short of time. It was move 39. Played f5, after which things are actually simple. Averbach says that h6 would have won, but actually then king c3 just transposes to the previous variation. Even if 4 is winning, I don't enter details because there are many lines. You'll find them in the database. But it's interesting that, okay, f5, and it's move 40 for white, the last move before the control. And, you know, there is this recommendation, don't change the character of the position before the time control. In those times, they also used to adjourn the games on move 41. But even for our days, I mean, if you are in time trouble to take a radical decision, well, you better make something neutral and then go for it. And actually, I don't know how much time Averbach had, but the very committal move h4 was actually the only convincing way to win. The point is that if h5, then black is not in time to defend his fortress. He will either allow bishop e8, winning 2 pawns, or the advance of the white king. So if white plays some neutral move here, then it's a draw, king d6, and it's a draw. So black played king d6, it returns h5, and now h5, of course. And this creates some more weaknesses. For instance, if bishop here, h6, king here, okay, king c5. Here it's a Zugzwang, the bishop has to allow g4. Now, well, if this is my line, if bishop c8, of course g takes c5 is also very strong, but I prefer this one. If takes, then g6, and the threat is to take on g6. So Averbach only gives this, and then f5 is also winning because, okay, he has this huge space advantage. So Matanovic played here and, okay, takes, and now king c3, he took. King c3, and the game was adjourned and Matanovic resigned. And Averbach gives a very good analysis. Now, again, it's about Zugzwang, losing a tempo. The pawn on h5 is not that important because, okay, then the king could escape to b5, a5. And now, okay, black is in Zugzwang because his pawn on a5, which is an important pawn, is hanging. And also the pawn on a6, so the bishop cannot move. If king c6, then the same method. Again, Zugzwang because of the same reasons. Averbach analyzes this desperate move. Now if king e4, this is my line, king e4 d5, and this wins an important tempo. The pawn promotes, and the bishop actually keeps the pawns under control. And if sorry. Okay, if king d6, then the winning method is quite nice. Actually, white doesn't need that pawn. He needs space. And now, for the last time in this game, this is Zugzwang, winning one of the pawns. So, we saw that under certain circumstances, the endgame with a good bishop against a bad bishop, okay, the good bishop can create Zugzwang, and the knight cannot achieve that without the help of reserve tempi, I mean power moves. But the good bishop can lose a tempo like this, like a small triangle, let's call it, f1, e2, d3, and put black in Zugzwang. Of course, things are more difficult for black if there are other pieces on board. This is the Botvinnik Zagoryansky. It's a very good game. Now knight d4 would do, but knight e5 is more active because the queen will stand well on e5 after the exchange. And black took. Okay, there are two possibilities. If so, then knight d3, planning knight f4 is not so good, because then d4. If so, then this, and well, this position is not clear at all, actually. White is a bit more active, but black has the better structure. So after rook e7, the best is to take here. We just, sorry, I think I made two moves in a row. This is typical for the semi-hanging pawns, and it's a good version of it. We'll see later. Okay, the question is, what if rook c7? Then knight d3 is really good, because rook c7 prepares to advance the pawns if b takes c6. Okay, b4 is anyway possible, but then knight d3 is really effective, threatening to increase the pressure against the pawn. If so, the knight f4, because now this rook is not defended. So this is clearly better for white. So we move back here, black took. And now, of course, the position is quite unpleasant for black. He has to defend the d5 pawn with all his forces. Now he defends the queen, because actually e4 is kind of threatening. This is typical when there are many major pieces on board. e4 is a constant threat, using all kind of pins. So b6, okay, now they repeated once the position, okay, but Vic was not sure what to do yet. And then he found the right plan. Well, black is well regrouped, and on the queen side he did what he had to do. The queen is defended, the pawns are on dark squares. But the king side is in danger, and the main problem for black is that, for instance, he cannot exchange queens, sorry, because there is this move. So it's like if the board was cut into two. The queen has to stand there on c5 or c6. Well, if this preparing f6, it doesn't really work. e4, f6, queen here, it takes d5, and now this is not possible because of queen f5. It's too many pins. We see that the rook has to stand on d7 in order to avoid this e4. So this doesn't leave black too much choice. Of course, now h4 would have been possible, but Botvinnik might have been worried that here he would have to exchange a pawn, but in order to carry out his attack. But in principle, that would be a good plan too. He went g5 at once. He doesn't say much about. He doesn't say anything about this move, but it appears that it's bad for black anyway. The idea is to keep black busy on two wings. There is the g file and there is this pawn. So this is somehow very unpleasant. If so, then takes here and wins the pawn with good winning chances. So takes, and now f6. Well, no, sorry, Botvinnik, I think he wrote about bishop takes h3 one move earlier, but now he's not so specific. If bishop e6, then things are more or less clear because the attack is simply too strong. This bishop takes g6, for instance, and it wins. Black can try such a move, rook d6, because the white king is also a bit open. But then king h2 is simple and strong. The rook on d8 is hanging. Why on h2 and not on h1? Because after bishop c8, there is this idea, and then king g2 or king g1. So if bishop here, then e4, and in principle this is already very good for white. For instance, okay, if d takes e4, then we have a beautiful mate. If queen c7, then e5. Okay, that's the only difference. The king is exposed on h2, but e5 is very strong, and okay, white's attack is decisive. Actually, it's an important nuance because with the bishop on c8, black could go rook g6, but it's not possible here. So it yields white the tempo he needs for his attack. So you see that there are some nuances, but king h2 works against any bishop retreat. So anyway, he played f6, queen here, and okay, at this stage is obvious already that white has very strong threats along the g file, king h1 or king h2. He will play, there is the pressure on d5. Well, in the game, black went down quickly. He played f5, which is of course an awful move, but somehow this is the way you can treat the positions with the middle game positions with a good bishop against a bad bishop. You have to open a new front because black is very rigid because of this permanent threat of e4. It is interesting. We have talked about the fact that the knight is not so effective against a bad bishop, but it seems that a knight is effective against a good bishop. I mean, good, between quotations. This is a famous game, Korchnoi-Karpov. And now Karpov exchanged some pieces. We'll see that in this phase he will systematically exchange the minor pieces. And Korchnoi will gladly agree to that, which is not easy to understand. Now, of course, the simplest would have been to just reach some equal position like this, but Korchnoi was not ready to go for equality. We'll go quickly through this phase. Knight e4, of course, is a mistake because it just exchanges one more piece, and now probably in the last moment he understood that after rook c6, black doesn't take with the knight to allow d5 with obvious white advantage because the bishop is strong. But he has beat c6, and then, of course, the bishop is completely useless. So he refrained from that exchange. Maybe that would have been the lesser evil, because now, after developing, Karpov avoided the exchange. The c file is not important, the d file is what matters. And now somehow there are some problems. And knight d5, queen here, queen b6. And okay, we have the position with a good knight against a good bishop. But the bishop is not that good. The problem is that the bishop does not contribute to defending this pawn. It can only try to control the knight. And Korchnoi took on d5. Karpov recommended a3, but this is not really satisfactory. Now there are threats like knight f5 or knight c6, and there is this pin. For instance, if king g2, knight here, d5, then knight e7, queen here, knight takes d5, and well, okay, it's not won yet, but it's an extra pawn. Well, the point is that if rook d5, then queen c6. Queen d5, yes, rook d5. The idea would be that if black takes twice here, then there is a check and check back and retrieves the rook, but there is queen c6 winning. So king g2 is bad from this point of view, and if bishop a2, then and now he has to change the path because of this variation. Now knight e5 is unpleasant. Rook here, knight g4, rook here, knight f6. The pin is always there. White will win the pawn. Okay, whether it's won or not, well, it's another question, but it's an extra pawn. So you see that this bishop is not really so useful. It's good only for some desperate things which don't work so well. And Korchnoi probably understood that he took here, but now in principle, okay, the game is analyzed. This permanent problem of set of e5 is very it's hard to parry. If f4, then at some point he can think of organizing f6. It wins the pawn anyway. And okay, in principle, white is practically losing. I mean, okay, he loses the pawn by force. Actually, it went even worse for him in the game. It's interesting to compare this game with another one, again with Karpov with black, but this time against Kasparov. The bishop is on b4, this was a different opening, but after bishop e7 we reach the same position with an extra tempo for white. This extra tempo is the rook here. I wanted to show how relative things are in the Isolani. I mean, one tempo, you can think of that it's a position with plans, with maneuvers in this phase. But one tempo can make a difference. Karpov refrained from his own variation because now knight f6 doesn't work so well. There is knight e7 and queen b3. And frankly, it's not so easy to see how black completes his development. He's under very serious pressure. The knight on e7 is molesting a bit, so f7 is a bit vulnerable. Of course, it's not lost, but it's not something that we would play with pleasure. Or if bishop e6, then here, and once again the rook is useful on e1. And it seems that black's compensation is not that clear. I mean, white has at least some advantage. An extra pawn and possibilities to push black back. King f1, g3, things like that. So Karpov refrained from knight h5. He developed like this, a3 to prevent knight b4, knight e5, bishop g3. Bishop g3 was passive. Actually, I didn't really understand that move. Because, okay, what white needs to do is to prepare the attack with bishop b1. And actually, especially after losing a tempo with bishop b4, bishop e7, black has some problems. If so, then bishop g3 takes here, bishop f6, here, rook takes e6. It's impossible to take because that would yield white a huge attack. Rook bishop g7 is possible, and okay, maybe this is only slightly better for white, but still it's a pawn and a certain pressure. Well, the game was just funny to watch because actually Karpov equalized more or less. Kasparov played this in a moment when it's not so dangerous already. And now, okay, there are several ways to regroup. For instance, white has some very light pressure. This is not what he needs. For instance, here black is doing fine. Karpov went here, and now, of course, he can move with the rook to d6, to d8. But he went like this, and just blundered this simple combination, yielding white two rooks for the queen and a decisive attack. But okay, this phase is not relevant, it's just for fun. Now I'll show a game of mine against Sergeyev. I'm playing white. Once again, we see that the bishop is on b4 and it retreats, so it's an extra tempo for white. Queen d3. I don't have the rook on c1. So it means that somehow I spare a tempo, because actually now is a good moment to say that this is the right placement of the rooks when you have the Isolani. You don't want to exchange the rooks along the c file. You would do that only if you would be afraid that you are worse and eliminate the major danger, which are the major pieces. But no, if you are more active, then you put the rooks on d1 and d1. You don't think about exchanging. So this is how the game continued. And now, actually, this I showed this game to illustrate how many ideas there are for white. I saw that my move h4 was not the best, and actually it's the engine's favorite. I saw that the best is bishop here, preparing the sacrifice on e6. If knight d5, then okay, this is just a mutually resolving position with a very active play for white. We don't investigate this because it belongs to another section. So if knight here, then I can take knight e5. If now rook f8, then I win with knight d7. If here, then check, takes here, rook here. It threatens knight xg6, so it forces this exchange. And okay, white has rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces and is better organized, so this is at least some advantage. But actually, queen e3 is not really necessary. The paradox is that sacrifices on e6 already work. Takes, check, king here, d5. I'm a rook down, but okay, I can retrieve some material with bishop takes e8. And this is a crushing. Of course, there is no need to hurry with taking there. Right here, let's say here, to try to free the position somehow. And now there are so many threats: knight c6, d6, bishop takes e8. Black is a rook up, but actually white's position is much better. We can go even further. Okay. So g6. There is also the move bishop takes e6, which sacrifices less material. Now the threat is d5. If so, then rook takes g6. I mean, d5 is just crushing. d5 and maybe even d6. So here and now, okay, rook d1 is also possible, actually. It just keeps the pressure, the pin. If so, then this is even stronger than in the main line. But rook takes g6 is also quite strong here. Rook g6, if takes, then such an attacking position is very, very promising. Somehow white's pieces are hanging. For instance, if rook here, then I take and I take here. If rook e7, then now this knight is undefended because this rook was not ready to take here. So he had to take with the queen, sorry. So we go back to the game. I went h4, which is actually a very good move. It's constructive. It over-defends the bishop for several situations. Sometimes h5 may come. And the game went knight a5. And now I went bishop a4 and exchanged the bishop switch. Somehow spoiled my advantage, but actually bishop a2, after bishop a2 the position remains very strong. Now the threat is b4 and maybe d5, because now the bishop is defended on g5, so it's not hanging. I don't have to take on e7. So if here, then I go here, the threat is again to go b4. Somehow the pressure is very, very big. If knight here, then there is such a beautiful move, d5. If knight takes d5, then b4, and queen here, preparing queen b2, followed by taking on d5 and knight f6. If so, then knight d6. So it was an exchange and the game. Another possibility is to take here, take, and queen takes here. And it may seem that black is doing well somehow. Now he threatens to take on d5, but he's not there yet. This is a very good position. Now the threat is knight g5. If so, then h5, then knight h4. This is just a clear, or knight d4 better. If g5, then rook f6. If so, then knight d4. There is no mate on the back rank, and there are such threats. So this is just winning. So with just one game, which I eventually drew, I could show so many active ideas. the pawn break with d5 at the right moment, sacrifices, all kinds of sacrifices. There are two more important games with this one in the database, but it would be too long to show them. It's Marin Nisipeanu and Harlov Nisipeanu. So we'd better move to another situation. We see that here black controls the d5 square quite okay. This Smyslov ripped this. So now Smyslov carried out these exchanges. It may seem a bit strange. I mean, exchanging minor pieces when having an Isolani. Of course, knowing what happened in the game, e takes d5 would have been safer. But of course, the white position is slightly better. The knight is better than the bishop. But Ribley underestimated the fact that white can keep his domination because he's better developed. So development is very important. Even in schematic structures, development, concrete details like this are very important. For instance, now queen d6 is not possible because of this combination, winning a very important pawn. So bishop here and now queen here, rook here, preventing rook d7, and rook here. Okay, this is one of the cases when we see that the Isolani ensures white so much space, and also sustains the knight on e5. And for black, it's not so easy to free himself. I mean, okay, f6 is not working. If the king retreats, then the queen can advance. So he went a5. He wants to move away with the bishop, and then go rook c8 to fight against the domination. But okay, there are means of maintaining the tension. Now the set is h5, okay, based on the fact that if h5, then queen g6. Queen e4 is not so impressive, h5 anyway, and this exchange doesn't change the position too much. Black is still in trouble, everything is hanging. So Ribley went here, queen e4, queen g5, bishop here. And now, actually, I have explained there is a tactical detail. Rook a7 would have been better, more or less transposed into the game. Smyslov did that, and this was justified only after queen f5. These details are not so important for the videos. They're just small things. And we see that the domination continues. White's pieces are flown naturally to the king side. Now the threat is rook f4, and this pawn is doomed. If takes and a4, then this anyway. So we see a curious situation: a good knight against a bad bishop, but the player with a knight has the Isolani, so the bishop looks very active. Yes, but for the small area that counts, namely these squares, the bishop is bad, because it cannot defend these squares which were weakened in the opening. So in the game he went like this and rook g4, and now it's basically over. The threat is to take on g6. Okay, g5, this is always a counterplay which was not enough. Smyslov calculated very well despite being 62, 63. It was when he advanced to the candidates final for the last time. And now I'll show a game which impressed me because in all these games I looked at something was happening in the phase with the exception of Floor Capablanca where nothing happened. But in principle, something happened. There was some evaluation, some sacrifice, some endgame, some pawn break with d5. But of course, the black in such positions he's slightly worse developed, of course, and he should avoid such concrete things. And I found a game which illustrates this quite okay. I mean, the game goes on. We have an Isolani, and it just goes on, and it's decided somewhere very late, like in the Karpov-Haritonov game. It's not a straightforward plan. We play the position and then we see. Now queen c2. Well, of course, queen c2, the queen doesn't belong there. It belongs to e2 or d3. But if castles, then black can at least get this normal development. Okay, it's a theoretical position. So white played queen c2, which was considered theoretical. Bishop e3, this was an unwrap in Sicilian. This bishop e3 was played in order to provoke the exchange here. Otherwise, the bishop does not belong there. So white has made some concessions to reach this. Okay, now if b6, then knight e4, and everything is hanging. So this is Rosenthal's Gheorghiu. I don't remember if I mentioned it. Gheorghiu played a plan I had never seen before. Actually, rook a1 is a bit premature. Rook a1 would have been better, because if queen a5 is in the game, then b4 is possible. Or let's say like this, and knight e5, and the queen is in some trouble. So rook a1 was careless, then queen a5. The queen is stable now. There. And look what a beautiful regrouping for black. Okay, and now there is no danger of d5. At best, it equalizes. And the regrouping, I mean, the words are not really needed here. It's everything so natural. h6 prepares bishop f8 without fearing bishop g5. Okay, here the queen went here, bishop f8, and now the final, almost the final step. This is the regrouping Gheorghiu had in mind. Everything is well defended. We see that this bishop is here to over defend the g6. I mean, there will be no sacrifices, never. Queen f5, probably preparing knight e5, but the queen navigated back. And okay, black's position is actually fantastic. Little by little, white had some chances to maintain the equality, but in principle, black can be happy with his position. And well, I was really impressed by this game, but at some point I found out that the plan was not new. It had been played by Steinitz against Zukertort. It's still a very rare plan. I mean, Steinitz played with Zukertort. There was this modern game by Gheorghiu, but somehow I didn't see it happening. It's not part of the theory. I think it's something that the player facing an Isolani should keep in mind always. Okay, now bishop e3. Of course, there is no need of this move in the old game. I show it just quickly, just to show how similar both games are. And now g6. Well, g6 is a bit weakening. Probably the best would have been queen a6. If the queens are exchanged, then black has no problems. If so, then h6, because this runs into some complications with knight takes d4, leading to some sort of equality. The point was that if h6 at once, then knight e4. So actually Zukertort is better regrouped than Rosenthal is here. h6 to prepare bishop f8 was not possible. Steinitz played here, but then bishop a2 would have caused some problems. Because, for instance, if so, then suddenly it is very, very strong. But okay, here he hesitated with queen here, bishop f8, and suddenly we have a regrouping which is very similar to Gheorghiu's. Okay, the game became very concrete later, and Steinitz eventually won, but that's another thing. So I think I have covered quite a lot of situations, more or less all the important ones. And I still don't have a clue to the question whether the Isolani is good or bad. Well, there are some tests, so maybe they will help a bit. This is the so-called semi-hanging pawns structure. We know one possible way of reaching it from the Isolani after an exchange on c6. And we should also keep in mind that if black plays c5, we get the hanging pawn structure. will not investigate those cases, so the pawns will remain as they are for a long time, which can be divided in two situations. One of them is that white establishes a firm blockade here and has hopes for an advantage. Or if he doesn't achieve that and black has more freedom, he can use the shelter offered by these pawns in order to organize an attack against the white king. First, we'll examine the situations where these pawns are blocked. The same as the Isolani, they are potential weaknesses. And we can also try to see what happens when black has a supposedly bad bishop. It is an optimal position for white. He has reached this perfect blockade. He has a knight which is presumably better than the bishop. And his advantage is beyond doubt. In principle, he would like to clear this square for the knight, but okay, there are also some concrete aspects. In the game, black played f6 because he obviously feared knight e5, which is a serious threat. This pawn needs defense. For instance, if h6, the knight here, rook here, and then something like that is possible when suddenly it's quite difficult to defend the pawns. Now if rook here, then queen g4. The point is that now the rook is on b6, and after queen g4, h4, black cannot defend like this, meaning that very soon he will lose one of his central pawns with very good winning chances for white. If f5, then queen g6, well, it's an awful position. Black has weaknesses on both wings. One possible plan is to prepare for a one ending with h4, h5. So the threat was serious, the threat of knight e5. But slightly better would have been rook e8 to prevent the knight e5. This, and now let's say h6. And okay, white of course stands much better, but okay, black can also try to get some counterplay. Of course, it's not a real counterplay, but he can molest white a bit. Attacking f2, okay, just to partly restrict white's activity. But anyway, the position would be bad for him. So let's go back to the game. f6, this is an important weakness. Rook here, and rook fb8. If rook c8, then this is somehow very, very unpleasant. Coincidentally, rook c8, a4, and suddenly there is not much to do against a5 and taking on c6. So rook fb8 and queen f4. An interesting move. It actually tends a trap. Black should have removed this rook from the vulnerable position, but of course here the queen returns into play, and black has very serious queenside problems. Well, the fact that the pawn is on a6 and not on a7 helps quite a bit. That's true. But black didn't notice that. She played this, and now knight after knight e4, the position is simply won. Taking on c5 is false, because if so, then knight c6, and it's an extra pawn and a better structure. So takes check, and now we see that f6 meant serious weakening. Now the queen doesn't have a good squares. If so, then queen b7 wins a pawn without problems. Queen c4 was played in the game, but then white suddenly had an attack. Okay, he won rather quickly. But usually white doesn't get such a good configuration. Here the difference is that black threatens to exchange on e2, equalizing more or less It means that white cannot get his knight to d4 so easily. This game is Giri against Yervin, and actually it shows that under normal circumstances a good knight against a bad bishop is not such a promising situation. So f3, bishop here, queen d4. Now the problem is that the pawn on e3 is weak, and the white cannot coordinate his pieces so well to get the knight on d4. For instance, if queen c5, then queen here, rook e8, and okay, how is the knight going to get there? Okay, knight d4, but then suddenly there is counterplay for black. The queen on c5 does not stand well. It should be somehow the other way around. Now the queen is far from anything. b4, rook b8. Of course, white gets something, but it's not that much. He has to, with the queen far from e3, he has to be a bit careful too. In the game, white didn't try to bring the knight on d4 and opted for this square. Of course, the position looks beautiful, but knight on c5 means that there is no attack against c6. I mean, the knight is not attacking c6, and also that the c file is closed. And now a5. a5 is a typical move. Bishop c8 is very passive, and after e4, white has a huge advantage because, okay, white is better developed. Development is also important. But a5, of course. Now the threat is rook b4. Queen here, rook b5. And now e4. Okay, what to do? There is some sort of static balance. Of course, white can win a pawn like this. But after a4, in principle, black shouldn't have problems to reach a draw. I mean, it could be the... okay, if so, then how is white going to make progress? It's a probable draw. So in the game he tried e4. Now again d takes e4 is dangerous because black is not well coordinated. Takes, if so, then rook d4, and the pin is deadly. So queen d6, and now e5. What else? If takes on d5, then suddenly black gets rid of one of his weaknesses. So e5 and queen e7. Of course, this looks very promising for white, but things are not that simple. I mean, what is the good knight doing? Not easy to say. The knight should block on d4, but okay, how to bring it there? And if the knight comes to d4, then maybe at some point c5 would be possible. So it's not simple. And the queen is not such a good blocker. Okay, a3, because otherwise queen d4 is answered with rook b4. So a3, okay, white has got the whole stability he needed. But now his knight is immobile because this pawn is under permanent pressure. So actually this is some sort of dynamic or static equality. Maybe h4 made sense now. And white could have tried h4 himself. Okay, they didn't care so much about this. Now there will be a long phase in which white will not find a plan. Okay, there is no simple plan. Now, finally, he started preparing a kingside action, g4. Okay, what else to do? There is nothing else available. White stands very beautifully, but okay, how to make progress? That's the question. And now black made a very serious mistake. He should have just kept the structure as it is and just wait. Let's say that white carries out the same regrouping as in the game. Something like this in order to prevent counterplay. And now, okay, f takes e6 is completely possible, but in this position the black king is completely safe and the position is not clear at all. In the game he won g6. Not so easy to understand this move, but weakening this square is not what black really needed. Now, with the exception of this pawn, the pawns are on light squares. So this can be dangerous. Okay, now a long phase followed. Again, Giri was not very sure what to do. Maybe he wanted to gain time to accumulate time to have it when things get concrete. And now G4 finally. And actually now h takes G4 is a serious mistake. He shouldn't have done that. Maybe Queen H4. Okay, it's not what black wants, but in principle it offers some chances to stay in the game. Now the f-file has opened, and white has some ideas, because there is this permanent threat of knight x6 with the rooks doubled on the f-file, and the black king is not so safe now. Pawn of g6 is not such a good shelter as it was on g7. Of course, it's not easy to find the best continuation here. Things are not that simple. Giri went for b4, which instinctively one should reject, simply because it creates a new target for black, and it opens the a-file. Okay, he eventually won, but it was only a blunder in a drawn ending. So there are a few questions. What to do here? If so, then king g8 is satisfactory, because if takes and this, then rook b8, and suddenly there are no real threats. And d5 is hanging, b3 is hanging also. So this is not something important. If king g3, then rook e b8 still keeps white busy because of the latent pressure on b3. The knight cannot move. Probably the best, but king g3 would have been a good move. The very best move is apparently king g2, which also not only creates the threat of h4 without allowing queen h4 with check, but also puts black in some Zugzwang. For instance, if now rook e b8, then everything is prepared for this. The king stands well on g2. Rook takes b3 will not molest it. And now h4, and if queen h4, then queen here with a decisive attack. If queen e7, rook f6, when takes, it comes without check, and then h5 wins. So king g2 is not so easy to meet. If king g8, then rook f6 here, and h4. And now this already looks like a decisive advantage. Or if rook e7, king g3, because now rook b7 is not possible. But in principle, the only problems black got into were because of g6 and h takes g4. But g6 was the main mistake. So we see that white's perspectives are not really that clear. Now we'll see a game. This is Howell against Hourier, a much lower opponent, more than 300 points between them. And it's suggestive that Howell didn't win. He got his chances, but he didn't win, and his chances are actually also instructive. But it means that if such a strong player cannot beat a much lower rated player, this advantage of the knight over the bishop is not so relevant. Okay, rook e b8, a3. Okay, what to do? Rook b4 was a threat. And now, in principle, black should just keep a rook here, keep the permanent pressure here, and then white would not have the possibilities he got in the game. But okay, he went rook a6, queen d3. We'll see that now white will get his knight on d4, something Giri didn't get and didn't even try it. And now still rook a8, still maintaining this kind of coordination would have kept trouble away from black. If h3, then queen h2. And if so, then rook e8. And we'll see that it's important to have a rook on e8. We'll see later why. What to do here with white? If queen c2, then rook e7, rook a8 possibly. So, well, if takes here, then this is nothing. if a4, then okay, that's already some sort of weakness, because if takes here, then suddenly this is not so clear. These are some very dangerous hanging pawns. Black played here, and now we'll soon reach an important moment. Queen f6. Okay, first of all, there is this permanent question: who plays h3? If black plays h3, maybe it's not a bad idea, but it also offers white some possibilities. Now the king side is safe. h2 is impossible to attack, and white could think of transferring his king here, stabilize the position like this. Okay, the king over defends b3, and then think of something active on the king side. What precisely, I cannot say yet, but in principle this was probably the best try. And maybe h3 was necessary, because after queen f6, okay, in the game white played queen d2 and nothing really happened until the end of the game. But I want to examine this possibility. h3, okay, now this pawn is some sort of weakness. Queen g5 is not very effective, because the queen doesn't have much to do there. Just by itself, it only gets in danger, and the pawns on a5 and h4 are doomed. Okay, knight h4 will follow soon, but also the pawn on a5 is in trouble, because the queen is so far. So queen g5 is not the move. Queen d6, let's say, and then f4. Okay, first of all, I want to show why white doesn't have chances to win this pawn just like this. I mean, in the game you would first try to achieve that. Yes, you just prepare everything for it. And now queen e7. Queen e7 is important, and not queen ef6. We'll see the difference. Because now if knight f3, then rook takes b3 is possible. So the queen has to keep an eye on h4, but also to allow these small tactics. King here, okay, rook a7. Now, okay, we saw that it doesn't work like that. Let's go now to another plan. And actually, this plan is very effective. Rook e8. Now, if white takes on h4, then d4, sorry. Takes here d4 with very good counterplay. So, okay, this is one of the positions where we understand that it would have been much better for black to have his rooks already closer to the e file. Now they arrive, one rook arrives a little bit late, the other one is out of play. And now knight g5. This is an important weakness. We know already that it is not something black is proud of. This knight f3, and now already, okay, there will be already problems on the king side, because it is much weaker than earlier. So, and okay, now I understand why the king didn't go here. It's better placed, I mean, to prevent this move. What happens on the king side, queen side, is already not important, because here there will be an attack. So in the game he didn't do that, and it was a simple draw. But we see that, yeah, the conclusion is that this position is not that dangerous for black, but he should come back with a rook somehow, at least with a rook as soon as possible, to prevent this plan. Maybe to play h3, that's already questionable. Now we'll see a famous game that's Thomas against Alekhine. We have now the situation with a good bishop against a bad. Actually, it's a very bad bishop. It's on b2. Troy defends the pawn on c3. So, of course, black is much better, and white also has an additional weakness here. At the same time, maybe it's not such a weakness, because otherwise e5 would more or less doom these pawns. Queen b6 tries to keep the position compact, and now Alekhine maneuvers in a very fine way. He wants to induce white to take on a4. Bishop here. Okay, first this move, okay, it's just like this, maybe a small trap, because if so, then bishop g3 and white cannot defend f4 and a2 at the same time. So rook f1 and queen c4. Now the plan is to play rook here and rook here, eventually forcing, because then white would have to play a3, but before that he would be forced to take on c4. So white took at once here, and of course now the situation is very promising for black. Now the queen doesn't keep the position together anymore. Bishop d6, an important move. Sorry, I have touched something. I don't know what. Probably it's my keyboard. It's my keyboard. We have to go back. Oh. Okay, sorry for this minor incident, but we'll be back soon, okay? Okay. So rook c4. Okay, so bishop d6. And now g3, of course. G3, and now Alekhine missed his best chance. Now that the white king is still in the corner, he should have played now a move he played later. h5, when the set h4 is very unpleasant. If h4, then we transpose to the game, because later white answered h5 with h4 without being forced to. And if rook f1, then eventually the pawn on f4 will fall anyway. So he went king f8, and then now suddenly after h5 king f3, and nothing really happens. Of course black has a big advantage. You can feel how good his position is, but okay, he has to find a way to break with f6 and e5. Alekhine is the kind of systematic player. He first eliminated the possibility of rook b1 as an indirect defense of this pawn. And now he went h5, and of course h4 is now not necessary. Bishop c1 and, well, f6 and e5 still offers black some advantage, but it's not the same as in the game. But since Alekhine could have played h5 earlier, we'll follow the game as it was. Now there are simply too many weaknesses. When controlling on all the light squares, now the decisive blow comes on a dark square. And actually he won very quickly after that. Now we'll take another famous game. This is Rubinstein against Salve. We start looking at the fragment from a moment where the position is not so clear. It's clear that black has compensations, the dynamic compensation for the weakness on c5. e2 is hanging. Of course, white would like to play bishop c5, but for instance, if so, then rook e8, and if bishop c5, then e2 is hanging. Actually, the line goes like this. Rook takes c5 here, and now there is bishop d3. So white has compensation, but not so much. Maybe she doesn't have compensation at all for the pawn. And in this position, Rubinstein played one of his most famous moves, f3. It just reduces black's counterplay. Bishop here, we'll see that f3 is not a stupid move, it's part of a long plan. The rook prepares to go to c2. First of all, everything under control in the center. Now bishop f1. So the whole maneuver is very coherent. e3, we see that now suddenly white's pieces are working well together. He had this vision, Rubinstein, on playing f3. And now Rubinstein played knight c5, which may be a bit premature. He should have probably tried something like this. I mean, h3, rook c3, and keep knight c5 in reserve, because of course the blockade is a good thing, but the knight on d7 has to stay there forever, thus restricting the mobility of the queen, for instance. And I don't know, white could think of starting an attack like this, with the queen isolated there. I mean, knight c5 he can play in any moment. But okay, he played knight c5, and now we reach the typical position with a good bishop against a bad bishop. Of course, without other pieces on board, all this thing does not make so much sense, because okay, it's not so easy to block the pawns. And now is the moment when black missed his chance to play a5 and somehow restrict white's activity. He went here, and now after b4, suddenly white's advantage is quite important. Now a6, okay, a6 prevents b5. That's some sort of threat. If rook b7, then okay, rook b7 is maybe more consistent. The queen on b6 has plays the same part as in the previous game. It keeps the structure together. But okay, white has such a plan. Bishop goes to d3, the pawn starts advancing. Maybe white will create some weakness on the king side, and then all the endgames would be even better than they would be with the actual structure. Or if rook cc8, then the same. So a6 and rook a5. Suddenly there are some concrete problems for black. How does he defend his pawns? Well, of course, one natural thought is that queen takes d4 is natural, but in principle this is not as simple. Actually, the pawns are still in danger. Okay, there is rook b7 followed by rook b6, but this kind of ending we'll examine in the next game, so they are related. In the game he played this move, a3, and now suddenly he cannot defend the pawns, because after this move Rubinstein had rook takes e6. And okay, it was over in a few moves. Let's now move to the next game. Okay, for the time being it seems that white's chances are not so clear. The pawns are not blocked yet. So still with a few accurate moves, white managed to consolidate his advantage. Now the point is that if c5, then rook a4 wins the queen. Actually, rook a4 is a threat. So here, now queen f1, attacking on a6 and bringing the queen here. Well, if a5, which is a desirable move, then queen here and b4. We see that the queen moves on the right trajectories. So here queen d3, here b4, bishop e6. And now actually white's position is insanely good. Probably it would have been best to just increase the advantage little by little. The rook stands well on a7, because otherwise if this bishop moves, then rook takes d5 would win material, or bishop d5. So let's say bishop g6, rook here, and e4. Okay, if rook c7, then the bishop takes e4. This and e4, and it looks like winning, because okay, there are also these weaknesses on the king side. If Averbach wanted to exchange queens, which he did in the game, he should have first played h4, and then the game might have been similar. Or maybe king g2. He played queen d4, which is not a bad decision from strategic point of view, but the problem is that after bishop h3 there are problems. Bishop g2, okay, exchanges the bishops, and there is no more bad bishop on board. Fuhrman, playing with black, let this occasion slip away, and now we got to this ending. Okay, this part is relatively simple. White uses his rook to gain as much space as possible. And now bishop g6, quite important. This is an important moment, because with rooks on board, a move like g5 would run into h4, and then the white rook would intrude somehow. Also, if f5, we'll see why f5. Then this, and then rook here, preparing g4 again. With rooks on board, this is not a fortress. Black played bishop c8, and now bishop g6 was a very important move before exchanging rooks, because if if rook e1, then takes and g5, and this is a very good fortress for black. It's just a draw. So bishop g6 and rook e1. Of course, he cannot avoid exchanging rooks. And well, I will not go into more detail. The endgame is analyzed in the database, but we already know a bit about how to put in Zugzwang the player with a bad bishop, player who has worries here, but also on this wing because there is this permanent danger of intruding. So this was like some sort of appendix to the to Rubinstein's game, the position after the queen exchange. But also, I think that also the initial phase was instructive. From a position which looked more or less equal, actually White managed to set up the blockade. Now, another old game, Floor against Vidmar. Actually, this game is interesting, starting with this moment. This and, of course, Rook c8. Now we'll get to the structure we're talking about. But first of all, it's something about the move order. Floor played Rook c5, and it was not the best move. It would have been better to play King e2, to come with the king to the center as quickly as possible. If bc, then we reach the game position, which is slightly better for White. The point is that after Rook takes c6, this endgame is won for White. He has this plan which simply puts Black in Zugzwang. Little by little, h5. Now only g3, because otherwise Black would have more reserve tempi. This and if a5, and it's over. Okay, we also have a variation here. This game is important, okay, also for this moment when they exchanged, but also it shows the situation in a pawn ending and in a rook ending, which are quite possible to achieve in a practical game. The other plan would be to go king d6 and f5 to prevent e4, but then still White has more reserve tempi. He has a3 and a4, so this wins too. So floor played bishop rook takes rook c5, thinking that rook c6 was not possible because of rook takes d5. But actually, after rook takes d5, rook c2, Black has very good counterplay, and I don't see an advantage here for White. And what's worse, the pawn ending now is completely different because White misses a tempo. And the king cannot go to d4, it's simply a draw. But okay, Black played this. Of course, the position is not catastrophical for him. It's just a bit more passive. Now f5 was correct, because if not, White can start with g4, g5, later e4. And now another important moment. Rook b6 would have been worse, because now the rook has a very slow way of becoming active. I mean, it has to give up the pawn and then to break into freedom. While from a8, the rook also has the reserve tempi, okay, 7, rook a8. And also, when it goes away, it's already active. And now, okay, e4 is good in principle, but it's not a bad thing to put Black in Zugzwang, to send his king back. And with the rook on b6, I said Black, we shall compare to the game. Black cannot save this endgame. So this was the game. Rook a7. Actually, king c7, king b6 was also good, but Black wanted to defend like this. And now king e6 was already an inaccuracy. Of course, Black's position is not pleasant. But here, king g4, preparing h5, and now only king d7. If rook here, then g3, h5, and this offers White serious chances. I mean, the pawn is lost. So king d7, is good only because the king doesn't threaten king e5 now. So he had to wait for it. And if h5, then rook g8. Takes. And the difference now is that the king can go already to that side. This is why king d7 was good. And now it's not so clear how white is going to free himself to win this. I mean, okay, this is already a clear draw. Of course, it's a bit on the edge, which means that the endgame is not bad for white. The game went this way, and now h5. And okay, actually, the game ended relatively quickly. g5 is, of course, an awful move. It creates a weakness, a permanent weakness on h6. Now the king cannot defend both wings. And okay, there is some analysis on this phase. White won in a few moves. But here the position is already not so simple. Apparently, the only move keeping black in the game was this one. And now king d7, rook takes a6, rook d6, and well, of course, white is pushing a bit, but black is relatively active and can hope to hold. So this shows some essential aspects of the rook ending with this structure and the pawn ending, and also about the simplifications. Now we'll see some games in which the pawns, white was not in time to block the pawns, and they served very well. Actually, they served black very well to have this safety in the center in order to start a kingside attack. White played queen c2. If b4, then this is premature. Somehow the knight is coming to c4. So this is too weakening. Queen c2 was a reasonable move. Rook here, b4. Okay. And now white should have played knight c5 while still possible. Of course, this loses a pawn, but okay, I have analyzed this. It leads to huge complications. But you know, you have to go for this. We don't insist now on tactical details. You went here, and now suddenly there are problems. There is a threat d4, and this pawn is in big danger. So bishop f1. Actually, yes. Actually, if now knight c5, if rook takes c5, then d4. If so, then rook e2. Simple like that. So it's already too late. After bishop f1, then rook takes c3. That's a beautiful move. Now there is no more safe blockade on dark squares because the bishop is missing. And now the queen is moving closer to the king side. This looks paradoxical, but it's simply won by black. White's king side is simply too weak, and black won a convincing game. Okay, more typical is the situation when white has these unblocked pawns, and then the move h4 is this is a theoretical position. Actually, is very strong. The plan is to go knight g5. Even if h6, knight g5 may come at some point. This and now knight g5, for instance, because if takes, going here. If f5, then hg. If g6, then takes. And this is simply winning. So actually h4 is a very strong move. Black took, and now white simply gains a lot of time for his attack. We see how dangerous his bishops look here. Okay, I have done some analysis on this game, but I just show how it develops. The threat is to take on g6. This, and of course here you can feel that there is something in the air. White has huge compensation for the pawn. Actually, the pawn doesn't count. Queen e2 maintains some advantage, but actually d5 would have won. White d5. Why should white prepare this with this move, because now f5 is hanging and the e file is open. For instance, if rook g7, okay, if this, then queen takes f5, and it's simply okay. And now the rook will come to e3 with a decisive attack. But the line showing why it is better to play d5 first is this one, queen here, and now there is bishop f5. And if so, then bishop g6. So, for instance, this, and there is no defense against queen f6. The rook is also coming into action. White didn't do this, and he eventually even lost the game, even though he was better, but that's not so important. Just a final piece of warning. This is the same position in an older game, Paulson against Farago. And White played a plan which had been used by Larson. So the pawn advances. Oh, sorry, I spoiled the thing. The pawn advances. Now there is a threat of queen h6 and so on. But okay, there is something wrong in in White's coordination. And then suddenly knight takes d4 led to to huge complications. No need to develop the analysis here. It's written in the database with comments. But one has to keep in mind that such a center is not, does not offer that much stability that White can just develop with the bishop on c1 to put the queen on d2, especially after losing a tempo. Maybe we can just look on at what happened in the game. Yes, actually, this was the mistake. He should have he should have played bishop h6, and then the situation would have been still unclear. I mean, he had alternatives on the way. This, and okay, black is a pawn up, but it's not so clear. So these have been the essential aspects of the semi-hanging pawns, and of course there will be also some tests highlighting all these ideas. The positions with Michiru Izalanis may seem to be static, but they are not static to the same extent as the Carlsbad structure, because there are two open files available and many things can happen along them. And there are a few interesting situations. The first one refers to the endgame, or to the perspective of the endgame. And again, we talk about bad bishops. Secondly, the positions with minor pieces are also important, because, okay, this is why open files are about. So sometimes one of the player, if his major pieces are placed better, can prove an advantage, even though the structure is symmetrical. In positions with many pieces, of course, play is quite complex, but and there is no immediate win usually. But a player with a slightly better position could be successful if he knows how to maintain the pressure for a long time and increase it each time the opponent makes an inaccuracy. There is also the opposite situation when the player with seemingly better position pushes a bit too hard, creating some weaknesses, which can be used by the opponent. So let's start with a position with, let's take it from here. It's obvious that this will be about a bad black bishop. White first played bishop e5. Of course, if taking on e5, then t takes e5 is pleasing for white, mainly because this knight is very passive, but also because this majority can be very dangerous. Probably a move like rook c8 would have made sense, but it's not very clear for how long black can maintain the tension. In any case, Kotov with black, Levenfish was playing white, played f6, which actually is an important weakness. And now queen c2 followed. And actually, this is a very important move. I mean, the endgame, the way it is now, is not dangerous for black, of course. I mean, if we exchange all the pieces with the exception of these two. So, while there are pieces on board, white should try to cause weaknesses. Well, if we think that black has a light square bishop, this may seem to make some sense. But then either rook e3 at once or first here, like in the game, and then rook e3 offers white a very big advantage. One important thing is that the knight doesn't have this square, which would somehow help black. If a6, then rook here. Rook c8, knight c3, followed by knight a4, certainly knight a4. If b5, then a4. It's obvious that black has very serious problems. His knight is still there. Or, just a moment, let's return. Yes. After rook e3, yes, there is also knight d6, but it doesn't help that much. Queen c7, takes. And this is a very bad ending for black. With rooks on board, of course. Only with bishops it would be just thrown. f5, of course, is not something to be proud of. Rook c7 and now f3 simply paralyzes black, and the white king should navigate here and then find a way to break through. The point is that if bishop f7, then there is this check, again check, and now rook e7. And again, black is paralyzed. So we see that for middle game purposes, black has to play g6. Now if rook e3, then knight g7 is reasonable for black. So here, and now queen e2. Again, rook e3, knight g7 is relatively safe for black. In principle, queen b3 might have been a bit more active, but I have the feeling that Levenfish already thought of the ending. Everything he does in the next phase will be directed towards the ending. Here a6, and now okay, now for instance knight c3 would have been quite a good move. Bishop c2, threatening knight a4 to take advantage of. Yes, I will then talk a bit about it, about these weaknesses. And now a4 again with a clear advantage for white. Yes, when talking about such moves like knight b5, we'll see that again later. I remember that Grandmaster Shubo once told me that he read the comment by Alekhine, I didn't find it, that knights are able to induce such weakening moves, and then the knight itself can take advantage of them. So the knight more or less forces a6, and then the knight will be ready after retreating to occupy them. So this is a very important aspect. Anyway, Levenfish went queen here. Rook c8. Now again, knight c3, knight g7, knight a4 would have been a very pleasant middle game. Of course, later he can transpose to an endgame, but only after obtaining more success. But he was ready to go for the ending, which is already not so promising for white. I mean, okay, he stands a bit better, but nothing really happens. The threat was knight a6, bishop a6, but now this indirectly defends the bishop. And now we slowly go to the endgame Kotov was heading for. We see that, sorry, Levenfish. We see that black has some additional weaknesses. I mean, these pawns don't look so well. It's not only this pawn which is problematic. But now black starts to play not so precise. Probably a5 would have made sense. He played h5. Well, I assume that after a5, he was worried by the fact that white can try to weaken the dark squares with g4. Now that the king cannot advance, but then suddenly g5 solves all the problems because it blocks a white pawn on a light square, and this is just simple. But of course, during the game, it's not so easy to make decisions. h5 is a bit committal. And now, a very important aspect in these endings with good knight against the bad bishop. Well, first of all, this is a little bit more promising than the same ending with an Isolani. Probably it's because of space, I assume. But of course, white needs that black has had some additional weaknesses. And the second thing is that there is this feeling that white is playing alone. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. The bishop cannot change anything. But okay, for the time being, the things are not so bad for black. He could have played g5, and this is quite safe for black. The only way I see that white can try to gain space is this one, but king f6, and the white king doesn't advance in any way. So black preferred to stay passive, and now okay, white has got something, but it's still symbolic. Bishop e3. Of course, now g4 would be the most logical move, but Levenfish was enjoying himself. Now the knight goes back here, because white can dream of playing knight here, with the pawn either on a6 or on a5. Of course, this is possible only under certain circumstances. This is why he preferred to bring the knight here. And now g4. Bishop c6. And b3. And now there is the potential threat of knight a4. Because some of the pawn endings are won for white. And okay, it's move 43. I'm not sure if they adjourn. Maybe there were tournaments where they didn't adjourn. I'm not sure about it. Or maybe they were in time trouble and they were still playing without realizing that they are on move 43. But black made a decisive mistake. Now it takes g4. This is an obvious concession. But for the truth's sake, we should say that it's not all the waiting moves are good. For instance, well, okay, a move like bishop b7 is obviously bad because of this b5, knight c5. But let's see what happens after king e7. Just a waiting move like this. Okay, takes, and now knight a4. And now the painful thing is that the pawn ending is bad for black. White has a very elegant way of putting black in Zugzwang. Now either b5 or b5 a3 or b takes a5 a4 wins. If so, then there is a reserve tempo and black loses. So bishop a4 doesn't work. So we see that b3 was not without point. Knight here, this move. King f5. And now, okay, there are two possibilities. One of them is king f7. When after a3, black suddenly is in Zugzwang. That's quite a strange situation. Because if bishop e8, then knight, the king cannot move. If bishop e8, then knight b7, a4 takes, and the knight d6, exchanging the bishop. If bishop here, then knight d7, and wins the pawn. Things are similar after bishop e8, which looks more flexible, a3. And again, it's strange that black doesn't have moves. We know that the knight cannot gain tempi over the bishop, but it's important to have reserve moves with the pawns. So, okay, if king here, then knight here, and okay, if takes, then knight d6, so this check is forced. But okay, this is already winning because the white king can go to b4. The threat is knight f4, keeping the king passive on g6 on h6. If so, then first this move. I mean, not hurrying to b4. Actually, we win on this wing. But king f5 was necessary because if the king moves somewhere, it would be by 2 tempi further from the area of counterplay, and then the king would go there. So king f5, and then we suddenly win on this wing. We know this position. Or instead of king f7, there is bishop f7, and knight here is very unpleasant. Knight c7 is a threat, and actually now the king gets in, and white wins. Of course, the knight can return into play. Sorry, the knight can return into play like this, so the knight is not in danger. So king e7, even though it looks natural, loses. Strangely enough, king f7 draws, but of course this is very hard to understand beforehand. Well, first of all, if knight e2, this is not effective. The bishop can maintain the tension, so there is nothing. So let's try the same method as earlier. b5, knight here. Another problem is that, let's say, if a3, then after king e7, we understand that this position is a mutual Zugzwang. And now it is white to move. And white cannot win. He cannot lose that tempo. Okay, this is not easy to see in advance. If b4, then a4 is the correct move, and white cannot make progress. This is simply a fortress. Because, okay, if a takes b4, then suddenly this would be winning. Now there is a way of intruding this. Okay, knight a4 is actually also possible. But something like this, and it's just winning. Moreover, in this position, after b3, a5 is a reasonable move. If knight a4, of course, bishop takes a4 leaves black without tempi. I mean, white has to reserve tempi. So b5, knight here, b4, just a try, but then again a4, and there is no progress. So in the game, black took on g4, and it is already bad for black. We see that he chose the right square on f7, but only after the exchange. Now knight a4 doesn't win. I have analyzed this, but okay, this is quite correct. Of course, g5 was already possible. Actually, this is a very important move, g5, and okay, we don't go into further details now because there were some mutual inaccuracies, mistakes on the way. White eventually let the advantage slip away. But okay, this is there is no problem. Actually, let me show what would have been the shortest way. With the knight, as said, playing alone, let's say, it's easy to do the things. And now a3, it's a Zugzwang. I mean, okay, the pawns will get blocked next. And now the bishop has to defend d5, the king has to defend g5 and d5. And if so, then check and king g5. So, otherwise, king e5, if the king goes to g7, for instance. So we see that over the board is not easy to take the right decisions. But of course, things are even better for the player with a knight if the board is populated. For the time being, we have this Isolani position. Things look okay for black. This queen looks a bit strange here, and we'll see that there will be a tactical thing on the way. And there are these weaknesses on dark squares. So it means that bishop d5 should not surprise us. And now, actually, we are familiar with such a position with a beautiful but completely useless bishop. Here, white wins, for instance, with this beautiful move, is the quickest way. Now the threat, for instance, if knight c4, then queen here, and then the main threat is knight e g4 with a decisive attack. And okay, that was the threat anyway. If here, then knight g4, and now if the king goes here, then there is this mate. If the king goes back, then okay, queen h6 wins, queen e5 wins. So that's easy to establish. Oh, so this was the Christiansen Gheorghiu, I forgot to say. Gheorghiu played e takes d5, which is relatively better, because now, for instance, after queen e3, black has this move. And suddenly, white loses a bit his coordination, and suddenly black is back in the game. The bishop is now quite okay. f6 will follow, so this is not far from equality, because actually black also has a square here. So that's okay. So in the game, Christiansen went queen here, which was the strongest move. Now it's interesting that this loses. Okay, if king g7, queen h6, that's clear. And now, okay, this is also a decisive attack. And actually now this is a small detail. I was announcing that the coordination was not that perfect because the queen was loose. So let's go back a bit. Queen h3, probably h6 would have been best, and this would have allowed black to keep fighting in a quite unpleasant position. Of course, this is not funny to play. Gheorghiu played h5, and now knight takes h5 was the continuation, but actually this would have been even stronger. I have analyzed it a bit. Now simply the state is simply queen g5. Well, first of all, rook e6 does not work because of knight takes h5. So queen d6, and now the sacrifice is much stronger. But okay, even in the game, black had big problems. Okay, there are mistakes on the way. We don't look at them now. And now we move to a modern game. Carlsen Wojtaszek. This was the World Cup final. And okay, we are talking about bad bishop and a good knight, but here we'll see a reverse, an opposite situation. The bishop will dominate the knight. Of course, this happened only with black's help, because now bishop f5 was the most natural move, just to continue to develop. Okay, if white exchanges the bishop, then of course black is theoretically better, as in all these endings. If bishop e2, then knight b4, followed by, okay, here for instance, knight c2. Of course, it's about equal. I can understand why a player reaching the World Cup final would play knight b4. The knight is not doing anything there. And now it's even a bit vulnerable. I mean, the pawn on b7 is hanging. Carlsen took a very good practical decision. He went a3, but actually a3 does not promise white any shadow of an advantage. It's only a small trap, actually. He should have left the knight there and just continue developing, because now the knight cannot go back because of queen takes b7. And if b6, then this is maybe a more intelligent way of attacking the knight to prevent now knight a5. And of course, white has pressure here. It's not so simple for black. The knight is under pressure. A7 is a target. So this is a small advantage for white. Okay, a3, and now okay, let's say knight b4 might have been just an impulse. But I mean, for a top player to go knight a6 is a bit surprising. I mean, the knights, okay, there was this doctor from the old times, Tarrasch, who said that knights don't belong to the edge of the board. Of course, before anything, you have to double check if this isn't working. Okay, Now if rook fb8, then queen a6. Okay, they both saw that. First of all, there is a tactical solution. Let's say one may overlook it, and now actually the equality is reached after bishop c5 or bishop e5 and queen a6, and it's about drawish. So it's white who has to force a draw afterwards. But even so, I mean, okay, let's say you don't see knight takes d4. Okay, at least now the knight looks very decent. Black is a pawn down, but okay, he will put the rooks on c8 and b8, so okay, it's a game, good compensation for the pawn. Knight a6, yes, it's the kind of moves. If you play them, then you can expect the worst. Of course, knight queen b7 doesn't work now because of rook b8, but okay. Starting from this moment, Carlsen plays very well. The knight will never return into play. Okay, he defends b7, bishop here. Here, queen g3. No, the knight stands there. For instance, this is not possible, knight b8, because just takes and... yes, you have to defend the knight. Rook c8 is not working. And now bishop here wins the exchange. So f6, but okay, now the seventh rank is weak. And okay, black went for the endgame, but of course the endgame is joyless because the knight is simply awful. I mean, okay, with the knight on c4, this would be very good for white, of course, especially without the queens. But no, maybe also with queens. Why not? But the way it is, the knight is completely useless. Queen f3. The queen here, and yes, black cannot reach much of counterplay, and now queen c2 was a clever move, putting black in Zugzwang, because okay, the queen has to defend c8 and c6, and the king is also optimally placed on g8. Okay, if the queen moves here, then a queen here, king here to prevent queen h7, king g2, and now again it's some sort of Zugzwang. Okay, of course the endgame is lost because the knight is still not counting, and if so, then there is this small combination, winning 2 pawns and the game. So queen c2 was a very good move. It keeps all the important squares under control. King f8, queen h7, and now this is already lost. The threat is bishop takes h6. Black cannot do much about it. Also, queen h8 and invading through a8. Okay, black tried to get some counterplay, but it was not enough because after all, the knight is controlled, and Carlsen won soon. So, as said in my comments to another structure, you know, bishops are long range, so you should not underestimate them. Even, I mean, if you go knight a6, then you can expect the worst if there is a dark square bishop on the board. Now we have an old game, Kala against Farago, where we see that white has all the pawns on dark squares, but they are not blocked. And now, okay, the question is what to do. White thought that it would be better to bring his king to the center, which applies in many endgames, but okay, he had strategic things to do. First of all, now and in the next phase, h5, I cannot see how black can fight for an advantage. He can also try to improve things on the other wing. So the threat is a4, and if a4, then b4. And now this is simply a fortress. It's not very easy to see how black is going to make progress. But okay, white played just like this, slowly, as if nothing would really happen. a4, okay, he even helped black to play a4 to block. Now was the last moment when he could play h5. But suddenly, after h5, the endgame is lost for... I mean, you don't have to calculate. You just have to avoid it. Because there is a good chance that it's lost, and analysis shows that it is like that. This is bishop d8. The idea of bishop d8 is to come with the king to f5, and if f3, then bishop c7. Okay, now the game went f4, which was of course awful. But okay, I have analyzed, and it's not easy it's impossible to keep the position. For instance, so bishop here, f6, and if g4, okay, now the threat is bishop c7 and king f5. If so, then such a variation is possible. Now the threat is bishop d8 here, and this is simply one for it's also Zugzwang actually. If f3, then okay, the king has to retreat anyway, and it's one. Well, in the game he went f4, which unsurprisingly loses. But actually, it's maybe important to see a bit f4. He was hoping that this is a fortress. It's not so. If bishop c5, then yes, then there is a nice variation. Now there is a danger of Zugzwang, because the black's threat is to play king c6, and if king d4, then f5, and it's over. And white can try f5, and now actually all the moves lose, but g takes f5 wins. Okay, that's just as a curiosity. This and f6, and it's winning. So so bishop c3 here, bishop a7. Now it's Zugzwang, simple Zugzwang. The king has to move away. And now f5, okay, now he stabilizes the position, he avoids any counterplay, and due to Zugzwang he makes progress, okay. Now for instance, if king c3, sorry, if king d3, then king here, and it's Zugzwang again, because the only way to defend all the pawns is king c3, but this loses the bishop. Now we move to another category. We saw a few things about the bad bishops. It's the positions with major pieces. This is my game against Soltenic, which I played well but didn't win. I just was careless in the end. We see that my position is clearly better. I control both open files, and the pawn on d5 is in danger. So f6 is more or less forced. And now it's interesting that my rooks are ready to take under control either of the open files. If rook a c8, then rook here. And because of the hanging pawn on d5, rook e8 is not possible. So my opponent went like this, but then rook here, rook e7. Now the only thing you don't have to do is to hurry. I mean, black cannot display activity, and you have to improve your position little by little. In principle, okay, if black tries things with a5, I have analyzed, and actually this is only weakening the structure. If, let's say, he just moves his pieces around, then there is such a plan. This followed by a4, a5, eventually the rooks will get either this or this square, increasing white's pressure. So in principle, this is quite unpleasant for black. So I don't know how much he saw about that, but I was planning to prepare advancing the pawns. So he went here. Now, of course, b4 was still possible, but rook c7 is more normal, because now I finally he weakened the defense of the 7th rank for one moment, and now suddenly I make progress. The threat is rook c7. Is to go like this and queen d6, and this simply wins a pawn. If queen c6, then just check and takes here, and there is no counterplay. Q and queen f5. Okay, this is correct. Check. The king goes here. I know for some reasons it was not a blunder. I played queen b4, hoping that there will be a way to avoid the perpetual check, and there wasn't. But I simply overlooked this simple move, which prevents queen e4, and okay, let's say if queen here, queen e3, it's an extra pawn and relatively easily won ending. Okay, the final result is my fault. It does not have much to do with with the position itself. Okay, you can criticize me. I criticize Wojtaszek for knight a6. You can criticize me for not seeing queen e7. But we saw that the rook's activity can be a very important factor if only major pieces are on board. Now we'll see some more complex examples. Of course, the evaluation of the position depends on the mutual piece activity. And here we can see that Black's bishop is not very active, and actually his knight is not so proud either, because at some point g3 would follow. It's interesting to see, this is a Spassky against Portish. It's interesting to see how white increases the pressure. One important thing is that this square is under control, and black cannot fight for the e file. Of course, if he goes like this, then he gets an awful weakness on c5. So Portish tried something different, something with bishop d7. Now queen d1 was a slightly mysterious move, but you know, actually the queen stands well on the initial square. Only that it has to allow the rook's development, to allow the rook's connection. From here the queen can go either direction. And secondly, since white planned to go rook e3, of course he didn't want to have his queen covered by the rook. So all these make that move not that mysterious. Okay, g3, now the queen has to retreat, and the knight is very passive. There is a threat on g6 of course, and bishop b1. Okay, without doing much, white has some threats now. It's about queen d3, of course, under certain circumstances. And the question is how to deal with the pressure along the e file, these two pieces. And of course, you should put a rook on e8. But it is funny that the correct move would have been this. Queen c2. And now, okay, either bishop f5. Of course, white is still slightly better if he goes with the queen. But the point is that here this doesn't work because it's without check, and knight d4 simply wins. g6 is also possible, actually. And here this is just slightly better for white, because there is no rook hanging on e8. We'll see in the game. So after rook e8, black would be just slightly worse and with chances to survive. Portish played a more natural rook f8, and now queen c2, and now suddenly problems. First of all, if bishop f5, then this comes with check and wins material. So this is simply bad. Such a small difference. If g6, then knight here, knight c7, and now here rook here doesn't work because of this check, gaining material. So okay, the knight had to return here. Queen b4 was somehow not really what black needed, but this is still unpleasant for black. If rook e7, then knight d5. If rook e d8, then knight takes e6, and okay, the knight on g6 is hanging. So this, okay, practically after knight b5, white wins an exchange, which was the case after queen b4 too. Okay, Portish just did the exchange there, and because there is a straight knight takes e6, and the knight is hanging. So the rest of the game is not so important. So we saw that Spassky played very natural moves. He didn't do, maybe queen d1 was interesting as a move. And for black, it would have been important to spot the difference between rook d8 and rook f8. And rook d8 doesn't look so natural, but okay, you have to understand. And then he would have continued struggling. I mean, not equalized, but there is a different way of restricting the enemy pieces. This is by placing the pawns. Okay, f3, and if allowed, g4 and h5. I know this is another structure, but don't hurry. Black will play c5 soon, and we'll soon get to our structure. Of course, it would have been more instructive if these pawns were already off board. But what can I do? Or for instance, if black took now on d4. But he took a little bit later. So we see that white regroups very slowly. Now that black has castled, he starts an attack. King f1 has not only evacuated the king from the center, but also cleared the path for the queen. And now finally we reach our structure. And okay, I spoke with Knack about this game, and he told me that up to this moment he's very proud of, not of this move. Okay, king f2 is natural, just connecting rooks. f6, he considers it one of his very best games. I mean, okay, he beat Keller. Knack was, of course, a very strong player. Now he was very proud of bishop c2, and actually it's a typical move, because black has barricaded his king. It's not so easy to obtain a decisive attack. But the bishop is heading for b3, and this increases black's problems. The final part is marked by some minor inaccuracies, but in principle, somehow this is the way to play. Black found some chances for counterplay. Now rook d3, preventing rook e3, and we can feel that black doesn't have freedom. For instance, if queen a6, then first here, and okay, the pawn on d5 will not last for too long. Now, for instance, h6, and if so, then knight takes d5, so that the pawn on f6 is hanging. So okay, it's more or less over. Okay, Geller played b5. There are some unclear moments, but in principle, white won. Now we'll see a position which is, let's say, a little bit more natural than this f3 and g4. This is from Judith Polgar against Tiviakov. They had a long phase with maneuvers. And now finally Judith decided to take here. And now we have an interesting moment, because bishop d5 looks just natural, ridding himself of the bad bishop. But okay, this is a middle game, and bad bishops defend good pawns. And now there is no bad bishop to defend on d5. And the problem is that if the knight moves away, then knight takes f7 wins a pawn. Quite an important pawn. Well, okay, black can try this, but of course this is not what he was dreaming of. So he takes d5. Queen b3, okay, now... Sorry, I didn't place myself. Knight d5, e d5, and now queen d1, okay. I could understand Spassky's queen d1 abstractly. Judith wanted to bring her knight to c5, but okay, probably this is not such an effective plan. The best black could do was just go rook c7. I mean, just to coordinate the pieces. The bishop could go to c8 then. Let's say if now knight d3, dame simply takes rook here, and well, this is not such a tragedy for black, because okay, he also has pressure on d4 after all. If takes, then okay, bishop takes h3 is possible because of queen g5 check, or knight f5. So that's completely fine for black. Or if, as in the game, h4, h5, queen here, queen f4, rook e6, and bishop c8, again rook c7 is useful, and okay, somehow the rooks defend the king side. So this would have been best. Tiviakov played a5, and now Judith found that actually this was a good moment to put some more pressure. And of course it's not easy to take a decision, but h5 would have been safest. And then white's advantage would be not that clear. Of course it looks a bit dangerous, but again rook c7, and black holds in principle. He also has some perspectives of knight c4. Tiviakov played queen c7, which actually does not feel right from the point of view of the coordination. Here and now knight c4. And okay, this was his plan. He played queen c7 to avoid this combination with knight takes f7 after the knight moves. But there was another combination waiting for him, h6, and suddenly things are very unpleasant. Well, if bishop h8, the knight c4, and this leads to 8. Okay, this is one beautiful variation. Bishop f8, of course, is not something you are really proud of. Bishop g3, and of course knight g4 is coming. It's also kind of unpleasant. Maybe it's better than taking, which happened in the game. Because now knight here. He has to take. Knight takes h6 here. And now the best move, rook takes e2, not queen takes e2. Because now there is this nice move. It's about coordination. The bishop is coming to g3. That's very important. And also there is also the threat rook e7. If so, rook here takes, and this check. We see how well the rook is placed. Somehow very good dynamic feeling for Judith. After king here, okay, rook e7. That was simply a crash. Okay, it's an attack with opposite colored bishops, and Judith won soon. Now we see the the opposite scenario. Again, we start a bit earlier than the game reached our typical structure. This is Franco against Schuba. We'll see a situation in which the more active player overdoes it a bit. Now the correct move here would be rook c1, because if knight b4, then bishop b1, and white doesn't need to play a3. Franco played this, and now it was after this game that Schuba told me about this Alekhine thing, that the knight can create weaknesses which it can use itself. Okay, now finally a3, because he needed to develop somehow, and now we reach our structure. Well, Franco had an idea, because if knight takes here, then this wins. Check and takes the bishop. So in principle, he got something from that structure, but okay, his position is not really that great, and one of the things is that he has these queenside weaknesses. Okay, bishop here, and b4, okay, you have to advance the pawns somehow. Look here, we saw something that Tiviakov failed to do against Judith, this elegant regrouping. Actually, black is very well regrouped. f4, okay, f4 is already a committal move. There is a weakness on e4, so black can have some future if nothing happens to him. Now a nice regrouping, knight d8, clearing the path for the bishop, because now knight e4 may become real at some point. a6 prevents knight b5. b5, okay, not so clear if it was necessary, but apparently Franco thought it was an improvement because it restricts the black minor pieces. But actually now there are some problems on the c file and on b4 also. The knight comes here, which is the best square. It keeps d4 and f4 under pressure, and now suddenly black was doing fantastically well. I mean, black has just regrouped. White has tried to attack, but somehow his pawns went forward, and now he has serious problems. And actually the problems came to an end when he played rook d1 and knight c5, and he lost quickly. Okay, this was not a game already. So I have tried to exemplify several concrete and abstract situations, and I would repeat that these positions with the double mutual Isolani are not that static and not that boring. They are quite they're full of life and interesting. The hanging pawn structure is at least as controversial as the Isolani, because depending on the circumstances, these pawns can be strong or weak. Of course, they look very beautiful together and have some dynamic potential in in themselves, but they lack the support of these pawns. So they are permanently under the pressure of the enemy pieces. And there are several possible scenarios. Usually, if black plays c4, this is considered some sort of concession, because white gets these excellent blocking squares. Of course, this is more important if there is a bishop here. The bishop tends to be bad. There are some cases though when c4 gains some time and restricts the enemy pieces. Black can get some initiative. There are also the situations where this pawn is on b3, then c4 can eventually create a passed pawn, a very dangerous one. So even this is not so one-sided. The other possibility is d4. Okay, this is not so easy to carry out, because okay, there is this pawn here, and of course there are several pieces controlling that square. In principle, d4 yields black a passed pawn, but again it depends on what pieces are still on board. For instance, with major pieces, a passed pawn on d4 is a guarantee that black is not worse. Maybe he would be not better, because okay, white can also try to advance his pawns, and this would lead to an exchange of this majority against this pawn. But in principle, black is not worse. Well, minor pieces on board, things can be very double-edged, let's say. Well, first of all, the pawn can be simply weak, and white may think of regrouping in order to attack it. But the most typical situation is when white blocks the pawn. After d4, he exchanges, he blocks the pawn safely, optimally with a knight. The knight is the best blocking square. And then he can use these open files to develop his initiative. Of course, everything is very, very relative. The same as in the Carlsbad structure, there are no open files available, so endgames are not very typical for this structure. There are some exceptions. I will take this position. Of course, it's an Isolani. But after these moves, only after exchanging all the rooks, black offered this exchange. And now, after knight b3, we have this ending which in theory is an ending with a good knight against a bad bishop. But white's chances here are not higher than in the case of an Isolani. Okay, this was a game between lower rated players, but I found some instructive moments. We see that it's not easy to get to d4 with the king. There is this possibility b4 and the king here, but okay, then black is already prepared for launching his counterplay, and actually the position is not clear at all here. In the game, black played something similar to Floor's maneuver, knight f3, trying to cause some troubles on the king side. Now, of course, f6 is a move, bishop e6 is a move. Black preferred g5, which actually is quite okay. Knight e5, but okay, now we reach an interesting moment. We have to analyze this move, because this double attack forces the exchange, and now suddenly white is winning. He's winning because he has these reserve tempi. The a pawn don't count. After a5, a4, they get blocked somehow. For instance, if so, it's better to play a3 in order to avoid weakening b4. And white has enough tempi here. e4 takes, king d5, and it's over. So bishop e6. So we saw that, okay, without bishops under certain circumstances, well, actually the structure is very good here for white, because black has no mobility at all, no reserve tempi. Only this makes his position lost. Bishop here is better. knight g4. Now, of course, the exchange doesn't change anything. h5, knight f6. And okay, white has got some play. But it's not enough. Okay, in the game, black simply blunders with g4. Probably he didn't see h4 coming. Now he loses the h5 pawn and the game. But, well, of course, he feared a bit h4 because of knight here, but it's not dangerous. Knight g5. Now, of course, f6 is the normal move, but it's curious that knight takes f7 is no threat, because here black has bishop f3. So, but okay, let's take f6, knight here, and okay, retreating with the bishop to e6 and f7 is okay, but also now taking here, because here there is no easy way to make progress with white, because he spent all his tempi and weakened his structure, and then d4 comes, king d5, and suddenly white needs to play accurately in order to hold a draw. I mean, if he goes back, then he loses. So this is just a draw. So in principle, there are no big problems here. Of course, with more pieces on the board, things are different. This is a game Petrosian-Spassky from the first match, I believe. Petrosian decided to prepare this kind of ending. Of course, the rooks will be on board, at least the rooks, if not the queens, because there is no way to exchange the rooks. We remember how this happened in the previous game. And now, okay, takes a6, of course, is an active move, and white has to be careful with this threat. Petrosian used to feel that those nuances quite okay. He didn't go for knight b3, even though this seems to be very strong, because here suddenly this wins. g3, bishop here, takes king h7, and it's won. So he went with his knight to e2. And I don't know exactly what Spassky thought in this moment, because he could have equalized with bishop b5, just to exchange the knight, and d4. Actually, this was evaluated as approximately slightly better for white in the match book. They said only queen d6, but even this I'm not so sure if it's really bad. But I feel that rook here is better, because if white takes, then c4, and okay, this fabulous compensation for the pawn, of course. As said, without major pieces, without minor pieces, d4 usually ensures comfortable play to black. Okay, he went a4, which is not a bad move. But now, now he shows again that he's not ready to exchange the minor pieces, because he could have played bishop g4. And actually, the only ambitious move is f3 and the knight here, but black has dynamic resources here. Now the white king's position is a bit weak. For instance, if rook takes c5, then takes, and queen takes b2, and okay, everything is fine for black. a2 is hanging. If so, then rook takes e6. Now also the pawn on e3 is also hanging. If knight e3, then c4 finally, because if knight c5 takes and queen takes b2. Okay, black has fantastic compensation for the exchange. I mean, there are not so many open files. He has a space advantage. The bishop is stable and defends the central pawns, and okay, black has passed pawn on c4. And the white king is exposed. So, but of course, bishop b5 would have been a bit simpler than bishop g4. He wanted to keep the minor piece on board, and now he has some minor problems, because okay, the bishop cannot defend c5. Bishop here, h3, just a safe move, and knight f4. And now, of course, knight d3 is coming soon, and Spassky decided to go c4 at once. He had good reasons to do that because, okay, if rook here, then this would be unpleasant. And then in order to avoid the worst, he would have to play this anyway. Now, now if knight d5, this is nothing for white. The extra pawn doesn't count. It's a double pawn. But takes here. Of course, the white can go back to the same ending as in the game, but he can also try a bit here. And now a3 is actually the only move sparing black big problems. And okay, the most white can get is an ending with 4 against 3, which is drawn. But of course, he can also go back to the same ending as in the game. In any case, we can infer that c4 is more restrictive, because Spassky doesn't want to go to that ending with a pawn less. Now if knight d5, then takes, and this is just fine for black. Again, the extra pawn doesn't count too much. So takes and knight e2. The knight comes back to block everything. And well, of course, this is more promising than the position with minor pieces on board, because okay, there is this permanent pressure, but of course, black also has a target here. And now Spassky went wrong with a3. He probably thought that he would retrieve that pawn quickly. Rook b6 was more consistent. Rook here, rook cc2. And well, okay, if bishop f5, then something like knight takes d5 can happen. And well, here again, black has to save the game. The only move is c3, another move against the blockade. But of course, it's not an immediate draw. Okay, here rook b4, g4, h5. Okay, black is struggling a bit. He should reach a draw, but and if b takes c3, then check and a3. The threat is rook b2. If so, then okay, again this at some point the pawns will be exchanged, and again the same ending with 4 against 3. But black can try something more active here. Another anti-blockading move, d4. The rooks have to defend on b2. So this is more or less forced. Takes. And okay. Here white has managed to keep his extra pawn, but black is very active and should be in no danger of losing. But again, it's a pawn less. So we can understand that in principle, even without this move a3, white's position is preferable. Okay, engines may cry out loudly that it's a dead draw, but you would prefer to play with white this kind of positions. Okay, a3, and now the point is that there is no easy retrieval of the pawn. If here the knight e3, the same if rook a7. It's just symmetrical. The pawn is taboo. So here rook b1, it's very good for white. Okay, bishop f5, knight here, rook cd7, rook d4, and well, little by little black has some problems. I mean, the a pawns are quite strong actually. Now rook b1, rook here. Okay, king f2. By the way, there are such things. We know that there are these moves using the pin, but this is bad because of king here, and white loses stability. Suddenly, black is very active. So king f2, rook a5, and now white was careless. Bishop f5 is not a big threat. We'll see why. Rook b5 is premature because of king b4. Of course, white could play g4 just to restrict the bishop, just in case, but he could also go a3. a3 is just a half-waiting move. Sometimes it allows this. Even rook b5 is possible without allowing this. If bishop f5, actually rook b5 is not so convincing. We'll see later. But the problem is that black gets a tempo. This is an extra tempo with respect to the game, because if d4, then check, and there is no king before. Okay, the square is controlled twice. If so, then e takes d4. So even without a3, we can understand that bishop f5 was not a threat, because it allowed something like that. The main thing was to avoid this. So instead of bishop f5, if g5, then rook b4. Rook b5 is not that clear, actually. White keeps his pawns intact, but now f5 is a bit unpleasant, because after f4 the black pawns will become mobile. So this can be double-edged. Rook b4 should be done with care. So g5, rook b4. And of course, white is better. He has an extra pawn, he just has to make progress. Okay, his main problem is that the king is not so active. The king would like to reach this square. Okay, in the game he went king e2. And the problem was that here after rook b8, black gains a tempo with this move. And now d4. And now if check here, then king b4 is possible. That was what I meant. So only because of the position of the king on e2 this was possible. And here, somehow black is quite active. It's not the same thing. Well, maybe white retains something, but okay, black has rid himself of an important weakness and has this space advantage in the center. She should be doing fine. Well, Spassky played d4, but after that it was somehow clear that this is not... okay, this was important because now rook b5 was becoming a threat with no more rooks on board. And okay, Spassky didn't have problems to hold the draw. We'll see another game, this time Karpov against Yusupov, with the same material balance. Well, in this moment, this is a semi-hanging pawn position, but with the knight so far from the center, I mean, okay, the knight would have been better placed here than knight d4 and just winning. White cannot prevent c5, but actually black should be careful, because if c5 now, then a4. The knight on d2 also defends this pawn. If here, then takes here, an extra pawn and the pawn on a5 is also weak. Queen b4 is not very good either, because there is this move forcing the exchange here, and now, for instance, this move. Rook c5 was also possible. If takes, then this is simply an extra pawn, and the pawn on a5 remains very weak. Yusupov found the right move, which is queen a3. Now c5 is arriving just in time. And queen d2. Karpov writes that this position is slightly better for white. I mean, this was somehow typical for him. I believe that many other players were irritated by his optimist commentaries. But I don't think he was trying to trick anybody. I think that this was his way of being. As long as he knew what he had to do, he saw that he was better. And he was a player. I have written about that in my database on him for modern chess. Actually, the position is very interesting, and well, black cannot be really worse. He has these pawns, but of course they are also hanging a bit. Bishop e4. Knight e5, and now rook e6. Okay, rook e6 is a natural move, but it's not the only one. For instance, c4. I was talking about the dynamic ideas with c4. c4, because for instance, if bc, then suddenly this is very bad for white. Otherwise, there will be a decisive attack, if not rook e2. So bc is not possible. If f3, then just bishop goes there, and not much is changed. If queen d4, then takes, and well, the position is about equal. Simplifications. Actually, black is not worse. He has that outside passed pawn. Also, queen b4 was a possibility. Now the queen is hanging now, so no way for rook here, and c4 now. If takes, then again very dynamic play. Now knight takes c4 loses the knight after rook here. So f3 and then bishop d5. Okay, black has a very normal position. Of course, he's not worse. The position is about equal. Okay, Yusupov played rook e6, which is a normal move, and now knight here. Again, this is a critical moment. This is the problem with the hanging pawns. Move by move, you have to calculate things, to make decisions. Sometimes all the natural moves are good. Sometimes only one of them or some of them are correct. So this is not like opening a book of with puzzles and so that you get the question, which is the only good move here? No, you have to consider it move by move. Now, for instance, taking and c4, Karpov says that it is slightly better for white. Okay, c takes b3 loses to this double attack, but there is queen b4 as always. If takes, well, the position looks pretty equal to me. It's not even an extra pawn for white. So bishop d3 was a possibility. The other one was again c4. c4, knight here, rook c6, f3. And again, black's activity compensates for everything. Bishop here, and of course the pawn on b3 is doomed. The move played by Yusupov, g5, is very ambitious. Maybe he was playing for a win. He just restricted the knight. But okay, he needed to be careful after that because it weakens the king side. Now, rook c3. Actually, g5 is a bit on the edge. Now, probably he should have taken here and struggled a bit for a draw like this with a4. I think he should have reached a draw. Again, the 4 against 3 endgame is the most probable. But well, then it means that g5 was a bit wrong if you have to do that. Yusupov played d4, and now the small detail overlooked by both players was that rook c4 wins the queen. Karpov didn't see that, just winning. Actually, it's a lot of material because after rook a4, b takes a4, 2 pieces are hanging. So Karpov played e takes d4, c takes d4, and now we have that kind of position I was talking about with the knight on d3 blocking the pawn on d4 and some control along the open files. We see that black's coordination doesn't look so beautiful because, okay, he had to defend his pawns in the previous phase, and now the structure has changed and it appears that white is very well placed and black is kind of not so well organized. The only thing which prevents white from claiming an advantage is that this knight is not stable. He's under the bishop's attack. If black had the dark square bishop, then this would be preferable for white, of course. And now Yusupov went wrong with king g7. This allowed knight f4, and suddenly this was bad for him. Okay, and Karpov eventually won. The correct move was king h7, and Karpov said that this would yield the white clear advantage after rook c7. Of course, if king g7 now, then knight f4, the same thing. But apparently this is not so effective. Queen d6. It defends the rook on e6, preparing bishop g6. Because now if takes here, then suddenly the threat bishop takes d3 with background problems for white forces this one. White's compensation. Okay, he has compensation because of that knight on d3, but for sure he doesn't have an advantage. Probably black is slightly better. So rook f7 is not so good. So let's say rook here, then bishop g6, and well, black has an entirely normal position. It's already double-edged. Not so clear who is better. But okay, he got under this trick. So we saw several aspects, the fight of the knight against the bishop. And for the first time we saw this thing with the knight on d3. We'll see more about it later. Talking more about c4, of course, many of you know this game, but I cannot help not showing it. It's Bernstein against Capablanca. Black doesn't have serious problems. His knight on f6 is very stable. There is no white bishop to exchange it, to undermine this pawn. He doesn't have the passive bishop here, and the queen occupies a good square here. And of course, a move like rook fd8 would be just normal, yes. But Capablanca played c4, and well, of course, it's you cannot prove that it's objectively better than any natural move, but it shows Capablanca's deep understanding. He doesn't have a bad bishop now, so c4 is sound, and there is this target here, and also the possibility of exchanging this knight in order to release the pressure here and allow knight e4. So the game continues this way, bishop b4 now. And well, okay, white should have just played something. Bishop c3 is possible, but it looks a bit like a concession. It's better to keep it in reserve. I mean, just something like this with some sort of static balance. Because, okay, b3, Bernstein could not resist answering the provocation. But now suddenly white loses this blockade, and the pawn is very advanced. Of course, with the knight on d4, white should not be in big danger. Okay, the knight is jumping around, rook c5, and now, okay, knight d4 would have been best, but okay, it would mean that black has gained a tempo. Of course, the knight can jump around again, but the rook will just gain time, like in the previous phase. Probably black would try to do something like that. Okay, the pawn is very advanced, but it cannot advance anymore. It only keeps white busy there. But the game is also famous because of a small combination, typical for Capablanca. White took here, and then after queen b2 he resigned. There are problems on the back rank. Now I would like to show two games played by Karpov. Each time he had the hanging pawns, this time with white against Morovic. To explain the philosophy behind having these pawns, we see first of all that okay, white is perfectly regrouped. The knight stands well here because in the long run it sustains this advance. What Karpov does, in principle, may seem like a very simple strategy. He just defends his pawns. He prevents the opponent to force him advancing them. And it seems like if he defends for a long time, and suddenly, after defending and defending, he advances the d pawn and wins. It's some sort of mystery, but it shows that he believes in the future. And if nothing bad happens with the pawns, then the future belongs indeed to the player with hanging pawns. Now he played a somewhat mysterious move, bishop c2. He said that if bishop c3, let's say, then knight b8 and knight d5. He gives some lines like this. Bishop c2, in principle, bishop c2 is aimed at preventing a knight here, because if knight e7, then bishop here, bishop c6, bishop b3, and suddenly there are things happening in the center. d5 will be hard to stop. So after bishop c2, queen e7. Okay, but now there is no more knight e7. There is some danger of queen b4. So bishop c3, still defending, because okay, Karpov explains if queen here, then here, and if knight here, then knight c2, and then bishop takes a5, weakening black's queen side and getting a pass pawn on the c file. Look here now, rook b1. Okay, he still takes measures against the queen's invasion, so he's still defending. Now he gives this line: if queen here, then rook here. If so, then trapping the rook. Okay, it's actually the queen. It's actually funny because in Karpov's annotations there are a lot of variations with queen trapping. And the game against Yusupov, he didn't see it. You remember. So rook here, rook d7, and now with the rook on b1, the bishop returns to d3. For purposes which are not so clear, because black immediately reacted with knight h5, threatens knight f4. Okay, still defending. Okay, retreating. Just that nothing bad happens. We see that black has some initiative, but it's that kind of initiative which cannot be for a long time, because the center belongs to white. Probably this looks more logical, but it doesn't change that much. Yes, this attacks f3, but then this can be quite dangerous for black. The knight on g4, there are those weaknesses. Morovic played knight b8. Of course, this is not a sign that he was knowing what he was doing. Knight e1, okay, because the threat was bishop takes f3. Here, then, now a4. The knight went away from c6, now the threat, finally an active move, a4, threatening with a5. Knight c6, okay, the knight returned, and now we see that black's pieces start to waste time. And now knight 1 c2, because Karpov was careful with his pawns. If so, then black could sacrifice an exchange like this with a very promising position. Karpov was not the kind of player to allow that. Knight f6. So somehow we see that black has been just losing time, a lot of time. The knight moved several times, and now they are on their squares as 10 moves ago. And out of nothing, white's regrouping is a bit strange with the knights on c2 and d3. But he's close to winning already, because d5 is a threat. Okay, he could have played d5 at once. Now the knight moves away, and d5, and there is simple no adequate defense against knight d4 followed by knight c6, and Karpov won rather quickly. It was out of nothing. He was just defending, and then suddenly he was winning. And another game of this team is the first match came in Merano. Karpov is with black. Queen b6. Okay, first of all, we should mention that these two squares are good for several pieces. The queen is one of them. The knight can also stand on e6. It's good to have such pieces which connect, because these pawns are somehow isolated from the rest of the pawns, and abstractly it's good if they can communicate somehow through another piece. So, okay, Korchnoi tries to increase his pressure, but now queen e6. And now bishop g3 was some sort of practical necessity, because after the planned rook d2, Korchnoi feared this. And actually this can lead to interesting complications. Things are not that clear, but of course during the game you don't want to go for that. So bishop g3, but okay, now black has exchanged that bishop. Now he has perfect coordination, because the knight on d7 was standing a bit in the other piece's way. And okay, white doesn't have any concrete plan. Korchnoi tried to do something. He loses more time. Bishop here, the bishop, okay, we see how much time he actually loses. Karpov continues improving his position. Now he also played his queen b6, which actually contained a trap, because he understood when you see that the opponent goes bishop e1, you understand that he wants to continue with a3 and bishop a2, because otherwise he cannot increase the pressure on d5. And Korchnoi fell for it. He played a3 and now suddenly d4. And again, it's winning. I mean, okay, the game went knight e2, d takes e3. This is already not this is not a position already. The white structure is too weak. The point is that here bishop c6, and now the queen doesn't have good squares because after a3 there is no queen b3. And okay, there wherever the queen goes, there will be problems on this file. So it was another apparently simple game, but okay, Karpov had this ability. We'll conclude this chapter with, as usual, we'll leave for the end the most complex examples, because in all these which we saw so far, there was some concrete things happening at a relatively early stage. But now we examine two examples where white managed to keep the tension for a long time, and eventually the scenario was similar. Black eventually had to play d4 in a moment when he was not really ready for it. This is another game, Korchnoi-Karpov, from the same match, their last match. We see the detail that the bishop is here, which can cause some problems on d5. Queen here. Now, okay, I have examined several variations given by Korchnoi. This was one of, until 81, after he defected to the West, and until 81, until this match, Korchnoi annotated only 3 games for the chessing format. And suddenly, from this match, which he lost quite badly, he annotated 4 games, and he included this one. He didn't include one of his win with Black, for instance. So probably he was pleased with this game, and actually it's full of content. You can check more lines in the commentaries, but okay, what Karpov did looks quite logical. Okay, the queen stands well here. He wants to get some queenside space advantage. Somehow his coordination is quite interesting. And now knight e1. Knight e1, a4, and knight d3. This is Korchnoi's plan. Now there are some threats, knight takes e5, knight f4. So, well, Black has to close his eyes and play d4 and hope that everything what he has done earlier will be useful for this possibility. Korchnoi and Karpov mentioned this move, but actually white wins a pawn on c5. But without entering in details, Black will have this after rook d8, for instance, this passed pawn, and this would ensure him a relatively easy draw. I mean, white does not risk to win this, let's say so. So e4, but now, okay, no, not e4, but bishop takes b7 was nevertheless inaccurate. Knight f4 would have been best. Korchnoi went for the position with a blocking knight on d3. He took on b7, took on d4. But this knight f4 would be stronger because, okay, while the bishop is still alive, the queen has some problems. And, well, the main line goes queen b6. Both players analyzed this. The queen defends on d4. Okay, if queen a6, then white simply wins the pawn. And okay, whether he wins the game or not, because these pawns are somehow dominated by this one, that's another question, but it's an extra pawn. Probably queen a6 is best, actually. If queen e5 then takes here, and this was what... yes, this is simply wins a pawn under normal circumstances. So queen b6, and now knight d5 would have been strongest. We see that somehow is wrong now in Black's coordination. So actually what Karpov did was not 100% good. If so, then either he takes d4 and if bishop d5, c5, or simply this. So he has to take here, rook here, he takes d4, and Karpov now gives queen takes b2. Okay, if c takes d4, then this is somehow similar. It's a huge advantage for white, practically decisive advantage. because black is poorly coordinated, f7 is hanging, the rook is loose, and the bishop dominates the knight. Karpov gives queen takes b2, but actually this is not satisfactory either. Again, there are problems on the back rank. If so, then bishop here. cd is not possible because of mate, and otherwise white simply wins the pawn. A similar thing is similar variation is here. The pawn is not in danger. This and followed by c6, just winning. So knight f4 would have practically won a pawn after queen a6, let's say. But Karpov would have gone for queen b6 probably. So okay, Korchnoi took here, he took here, and okay, now his position is a bit better. This is the illustration of what I was saying, that the knight is very stable on d3, and the rooks have the control of the central file, the open files. Of course, the only problem is that the queen is irritating. Black has some space advantage, and the queen is irritating there. And this was the right move to play knight f4. Queen a5. Queen a5 is correct, because if queen b5, Karpov says that queen d3, but this is an important moment. Of course, if black exchanges, then the endgame is very pleasant for white. The king can come out, but he's not forced to exchange. He can move away. But white can gain a tempo for regrouping, and now the position is already better than in the game, because the queen is on f3. The rook is coming to e5, h4, h5, all kind of things. So queen here attacks the rook, so gains the tempo. Now queen b5, queen f3 here, and h4. Practically it would be very similar to this one, but at least now white doesn't control both open files. Queen f5, and now is a critical moment. Well, the queen is on f3, and white would like to play this, but it's not possible yet. So probably the right thing to do was just king g2. If knight e6, then knight e3, and okay, no matter whether he takes on f3 or moves the queen away, this is what white wants. He has the stability. He goes then rook e5. The point is that rook takes b2 doesn't work, because rook e8, and I have analyzed this, it's very dangerous for black. It's close to losing. In the game, Korchnoi went for a tempting line here, rook takes b2, rook f5, and now he offered a draw because he understood that he doesn't have an advantage. There are intermediate moves like rook d8 or rook b5, and this is just equality, like given by Tal. So very consistent game, but in the last moment, Korchnoi, who was probably in time trouble, he missed this king g2. But okay, even earlier he missed knight f4, which would have offered him quite good chances. And now another historical game, Karpov with white against Kasparov. It's the first endless match. Karpov was leading by 5-0 with a lot of draws, and he needed one more win to win the match, which he never achieved. But he was, to a certain extent, close in this game. This was his last occasion in the match. Okay, now in my database, repertoire database with the Tartakova variation, I recommend queen takes b3. But Kasparov played this passive move. And now bishop g3. This puts some unpleasant pressure on black. Rook 88. And now, okay, the difference with respect to the previous game is that the bishop is not here, but it could go here. So you have to clear the path for it. Karpov, probably under the influence of his game with Korchnoi, went knight e1, which is not a bad move, but it may be not the most convincing. Actually, in the game, he didn't play consequently after that. Knight h4 is a possibility. The point now is that g6 doesn't keep the knight away for too long. Now the d5 pawn is hanging, and if queen here, then suddenly knight g6, and this is a decisive attack. just some checks, and now rook c4, and it's over. So there is no g6, unfortunately. So then rook here, knight here, bishop f8, here bishop d6, and well, white has achieved something. The position is somehow similar to that in the previous one. Black's pawns are hanging somehow. Knight h4 was a possibility, but maybe knight e5 is the simplest to deal with. Because now, okay, in principle, exchanging pieces may favor white, the same as in the Isolani. The pawns, some of the pieces, of course. If rook e8, then bishop f3, knight b6, a4. That's really unpleasant, the pawn is hanging. If queen a8, then takes here, knight here, and if so, then queen b6. And this simply wins the pawn because the rooks are hopelessly passive. So black has to take, but now, okay, there is the threat of bishop takes f6, here bishop f3. And of course, this is a difficult position for black. He has actually only one move, bishop c6. If rook e8, then this works. Now c4, in order to avoid losing the pawn at once. The point now is that if bishop f6, then takes and the rook on e8 is hanging. Of course, if bishop c6 now, then queen here, and the pawn is still under attack. So bishop c6 is the only move. Now c4, the queen doesn't have that square. Here queen c5, and okay, black is forced to exchange. And of course, this position is very pleasant for white. Good bishop against bad bishop with all the major pieces on board. That's quite a lot of suffering. Knight e1 was not a bad move actually, but in principle, Kasparov shouldn't have hurried with anything. Probably it would have been better. I mean, okay, white has lost a lot of tempo with his minor pieces. Maybe he can try b3, maybe bishop e2, but anyway, he lost 4 tempi, and okay, black has activated his position a bit. It's not that clear that he has a concrete advantage. Let's say from practical point of view, we can call it slightly better, but d4 is a bit premature. Of course, it's the natural reaction to white's threats. And knight f4, okay. The knight on the edge of the board, okay, but here, first of all, it keeps this knight under domination, and there is also a square here, so it's not that kind of thing. Rook here takes, and now, okay, bishop c4 is natural. And now, I believe that it's now when Karpov threw away his chances. He played queen d3. He wanted to win the pawn on d4, but he didn't think of his coordination. Okay, the consequent move would have been knight d3, but then knight e4 is somehow molesting. If bishop f4, then g5, the bishop doesn't have good squares. If so, then takes, bishop here, and somehow black is quite active. There are no special reasons for worries. Probably f3 would have been a better possibility, and now there is no knight e4 now. And okay, white can try to enjoy this his slight positional advantage. Apart from this, there is the move knight f3. After all, Larsson once said that such pawns you need to take, not to block. And what can black do if queen here, knight d4 anyway, because this is simply winning for white. There is no way to parry mate on g7 because the pawn on f7 is pinned. So queen a8 is no solution. If knight c5, then takes, knight here, bishop here, and rook c1. And the bishop on c5 is hanging. It's not clear where it should go. So this is practically winning for white. The state is knight f7, bishop f7. So probably he has to try knight e4 anyway. But okay, now takes here. This is a more active version of the game continuation. Okay, there is such a... Okay, this is a double attack. Of course, knight b8 looks awful. And the black is still struggling here. He cannot take the pawn on a2. because then check and traps the knight. Quite surprising, no? So knight f3 or f3 would have offered some chances for an advantage, but queen d3, I mean, taking the pawn this way. Now Kasparov immediately started active play. You see that there is a difference. Both knights are passive now, and they don't have such an easy return into play. Now, okay, now Karpov writes that queen c4 would have won the game and the match, but okay, after queen b7, it will be practically one tempo up with respect to the game, but it doesn't make such a big difference. I mean, the plan would be the same. This knight f3, and somehow black is very active. I mean, it's reasonable compensation, not so easy to explain, but okay, there is a knight on a4, which doesn't come back into play. Kasparov was very good in such dynamic positions, and the game ended in a draw in a few moves. So we saw in this game that okay, a skilled player facing the hanging pawns can hope to force d5, d4 in a good moment for him. But after that, even though you can feel that there is some advantage, it's not so easy to concretize. I mean, the positions are really complicated. This is what makes this the attack over Queen's Gambit and this structure so complicated.